Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, those in Slovenia and those online, wherever you're spectating us from. As we all know, to do business is to constantly march forward, be it due to market changes, be it because of new technology, be it because we seek to create more or simply to be more efficient. All in all, to grow. To that end, I am opening this online conference titled How to Boost Service Performance and Service Export Trends in Advanced Manufacturing, organized within the scope of the Interreg Central Europe project Prosperamnit, which is focused on progressing service performance and export results of advanced manufacturers' networks. To guide us on our journey to learn and understand how to add industrial services to your production portfolio, we have the following speakers ready for you today in this first part of the conference. Firstly, we shall have an opening speech from the General Director of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, Magister Aleš Kantarutti, and the representative of our lead partner, the Dean of Fachhochschule Oberösterreich, University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria, Professor and Dr. Margaret Uberwimmer. Afterwards, we will begin with the presentations from our topic speakers. In order, they are Ms. Francesca Pozzar, a certified servitization manager, Mr. Mito Michelic, Mr. Henning Raab, Dr. Richard Farkas, and Mr. Thomas Lamprecht, and again, the Professor and Dr. Margaret Uberwimmer and Professor Christian Stadtelmann. Each shall discuss a different aspect of incorporating servitization in your business models, be it specifically or be it in service design and the future of services themselves, in order to boost your competitiveness on the market as an organization. With that being said, let's get started. Possibly, I would also like to add that during the entire conference, please feel free to ask any questions and actively participate in the discussion so that you may be able to take the knowledge away that you would like. With that being said, I would possibly like to ask our lead partner, Professor and Dr. Margaret Uberwimmer, if she could have her opening words.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? It works
Yes.
pretty well. Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you very much for our host organization, our host partner of today, the Commercial Chamber of Slovenia. And on that note, a huge thank you to Nina and her team. We have already had our partner meeting yesterday and enjoyed staying here together and finalizing this great project. And that's why we are sitting together to present today our final results and motivate once more companies, organizations to make use of this great output. I kindly say hello also to the Joint Secretary of the European Regional Funding of Interreg C. Mr. Wienerich is among us. A warm welcome to you and nice greetings to you as well. And I would like to say warm welcome notes also to our additional 9 partners in this project. And we are starting small in a previous project, which was just a bilateral project between Germany and Austria. We have now enriched everything what deals with industrial service and servitization and provided nice toolkits with our in total 10 partners. Thanks for the great collaborations together, and thank you very much also to my FH team who is sitting right left to me, so to say. Yeah, let's have a nice day together.
I definitely agree on having a nice day together. And like I said, this is a learning opportunity for every one of us. Hopefully, each one of us can take all the knowledge that we might require from this event. Next, I would like to invite, as I said before, the General Director of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, Magister Aleš Kantarutti, to say a few words as well. We seem to have a bit of an interim. For those who may not know and do not remember the entire summary of today's event, we're going to be, if I can simply say the event outline, Basically, because we're facing a globalized world, we all know that advanced manufacturers are facing increased competitive pressure, especially the small and medium enterprises. That's why we would like to specify that adding industrial service to the product range is a key factor in order to add corporate value and competitive value, especially on the global level. As we all know, we are living in a more and more globalized society, especially in manufacturing. So we believe that the path of manufacturing is to offer additional services like maintenance, also called servitization, which requires big changes, of course, to the enterprise itself, maybe even to the business model itself. Therefore, if we also include the cultural differences and infrastructural differences and local knowledge differences in order to perform such a thing, we would need to definitely drastically change our way of thinking. Okay, in order to also allow Mr. General Director of the Chamber of Commerce of Industry in Slovenia, Magister Aleš Kantaruti, to also say a few words, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I apologize for this late couple of minutes because some problems with the sound, but it's of course technology that we are living with it every day. Now it's everything okay, and I would really like to say and to greet a warm welcome to this final, let's say, conference on the occasion of ending the project Prosper AMNet, and I think it's another opportunity to hear what you will say and your ideas, because all the time that this project went on, which is the aim is to prosper, let's say, to support the advanced manufacturers in the Central Europe to become excellent in your service, in their service. So this is very important also in the times where a lot of uncertainties are going on, especially in Europe. But nevertheless, we must know that we have to be excellent, that we have to be, of course, also, let's say, perfect in our service performance and our service executions. And the idea how to be, let's say, excellent, how to also service export, to find new markets, new opportunities is, of course, on the core of this project. And I think that this is regarding to the everything very important, not only for European, but for the, let's say, global economy. And I'm sure that also the conclusions out of today's meeting, today's, let's say, conference, and also the conclusions out of the coming out of the projects will be very important, especially for the advanced manufacturers who are, of course, must try all the times to be even better in their service performance. They have to look for the new opportunities also in the service performance and look for the new, let's say, markets to export also the services. So I think this is an important area. And also, let's say, if I transfer this to the Slovenian case, where we have traditionally very strong, let's say, manufacturer, very strong industry, but sometimes lacking, of course, exactly what we call and what we mean by service performance, service excellence. And this is, of course, additional added value in the end of the, let's say, product line, in order to be successful also then in the foreign markets. Again, the idea to be excellent in the service performance and export then also this for the advanced manufacturers is a perfect idea, and hopefully there will be also some additional projects then that will work on that. I think that I would like to thank you, all of you, for your contributions. I would like to thank you for all the ideas, all the conclusions, as I said, that will come out. And of course, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia will always support new ways, new ideas in order to boost also this, as I said, service performance and to boost the export in services, but also, of course, other areas. So wish you all the best also in today's conference. Again, thank you, the organizers, for organizing this event, but also the organizers of the whole projects. And as I said, we will be happy and satisfied if in the end of the day, on the end of this project, will be our concrete solutions, concrete propositions, and of course also our concrete actions that will bring some new additional added value to the service performance, of course, to advanced manufacturers. So I'm sure about this. Wish you all the best again. And whenever you will need also our support as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, please, here we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cantarutti. And also thank you to the professor and Dr. Udavina. As I would like to also add, the Prosperamnet project has jointly developed innovative tools and approaches for supporting advanced manufacturers specifically. Those tools help to identify internal leverages for improving the sale of industrial services and especially recognizing which services should be exported successfully, with the aim of presenting them and also broadening the discussion of the future of servitization in general. We are organizing our first speaker, which is why I would like to also invite Francesca Pozzar, a certified servitization manager, to begin her presentation.
Good morning. I hope that the audio is okay
Audio
and
is
you can
okay.
hear me. Super.
Yes.
So I will also try to share my screen in order to be able to start my speech. Does it work?
Yes, we see you
Super.
fine.
That's great. Last step, I will try to put it full screen and we can go.
We can go.
That's super. So good morning, everyone. And thanks to the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce for having me. It's my task to bring you in the core of the discussion of this very interesting event today. I'm speaking from my office at the headquarters of Friuli Innovazione in Udine. We are a so-called business support organization, and of course we are partners in the project Prosperamnet. And our mission is to foster innovation in companies in our region and beyond, in particular thanks to the strong relationships that we have with many other innovation agencies in the European Union, and in particular with bordering regions and nations like Slovenia, Austria and Croatia, of course. In short, what we do is the typical task of a BSO, a business support organization. So we provide a number of services to companies that have to do with three main core areas. Technology transfer, of course, to support the uptake of new technologies in companies, in our companies in Friuli Venezia Giulia. We support entrepreneurs in deployment of their research and development projects, searching for funds and implementing them until the last steps. And of course, we help would-be entrepreneurs in acquiring the critical skills they need to launch their new cause and to gain better chances to survive on the market. Of course, we have a number of specializations that somehow change over time according to regional strategies, of course, but also according to the opportunities that we have in Friuli Innovazione to develop specific expertise through international initiatives. And this in the slide that you can see are the current specialization domains that we can offer to our companies. Indeed, co-funded initiatives, in particular co-funded by the European Union, are one of the main, or are the main driver we use to update the number and quality of services delivered to companies to help them increase their innovativeness through the uptake of technology, but also through strategic changes in terms of business models, for example. So far, we won 45 EU projects, and Things Plus, the project I will focus on today in my speech, is absolutely one of our flagship initiatives. Indeed, this was a Interreg Central Europe project, and we have been coordinator of this consortium of 10 partners spreading across 9 Central Europe countries. So we covered the whole area. The project started in June 17 and it ended in October 2020. And we were a network of BSOs and administrative regions. And what we did in the project was to develop and test a new methodology for servitization in small and medium companies, and to test it in a quite extensive cohort, I would say, in comparison with the fact that we were in the framework of an Interreg project. So this was particularly interesting because the outcomes of this project were uptaken in not 1 but 2 further Central European initiatives. One is Prosper AMNet and the other is a capitalization project called Boost for BSOs. So I will move on, and I beg your pardon because I didn't check the time and I want to be time boxed. So let's move into the core of the presentation. Why did we run a project about service innovation? Well, our assumption during the project design first version in 2015 was that also small companies can greatly benefit from service innovation. And our bet was to develop a way to let the entrepreneurs understand the business potential of servitization and learn the basics to start their own servitization projects. Our ambition was to develop something really concrete that companies can use and to test it to see if it works, with the ultimate goal to find a sustainable way to continue offering this methodology also after the project end, in case it would have proven to be worth to do so. And our starting point were the main barriers that our target, small manufacturers, face when approaching any kind of innovation, not only service innovation, compared to bigger market players. And they are a shortage of resources, of course, competencies, a shortage of competencies, and the need to focus on daily business to survive the competition. These are all characteristics that differentiate SMEs from large companies. So now, what are the reasons then to push small manufacturers to consider servitization? Because of course it has many benefits. It can bring a great added value. Let's have a look to the main benefits then. So the capability to add tailored services to standard products obviously raises up the entry barriers for the competitors and avoids product commoditization, right? And from another perspective, we can say that servitization and services, the more sophisticated the services are, the less likely customers will go to another supplier, right? Not only because you are doing great services, but think also to another reason. You spend time in building an habit in using a specific service, and you won't like too much to invest other time to change. It happens, for instance, with home banking. Think about it. Customers' laziness shouldn't be underestimated. Then, of course, servitization business models can complete the process of transition where, for instance, technology investments made in the past were not completely integrated or were not rightly monetized. And servitization processes can help to bring value from your previous investments too. Okay, this one is easy. Of course, all companies need to compete on the global market, and services can help in the battle. In case you're really great in offering services, you can raise your prices, basically. And this is what you are supposed to do when you go through servitization processes. And all in all, in the end of the journey, company profits shall increase and have a different origin and sources where income connected to the number of sold pieces of sold products is not the main cash flow anymore. Now, Things Plus service innovation methodology. How shall small manufacturers face their journey to turn their business model into a product service system? This was the question. So we focused on how. And we tried to answer to these questions by drafting a methodology and the number of tools to apply it. And we tested on the field and it worked. During 2017 and 2018, we developed our methodology by making, of course, desk research on existing commercial support methods, by making research onto academic articles, by interviewing experts, interviewing entrepreneurs. And finally, we draft our own roadmap to our dedicated, so our roadmap dedicated to our own customer persona, which was a small Central European product-based company with 20 employees and medium-low tech level. The roadmap from Things Plus is to be deployed ideally in a period of 6 months, of which the first 8 weeks are dedicated to service development and change design, and the subsequent 4 months theoretically are dedicated to servitization projects implementation and go-to-market phase. The basic idea was to offer experience workshops at the beginning of each of the 5 phases to small groups of companies, which are, of course, heterogeneous in sector and with more intensity in the first part of the process. We asked companies to do some homeworks in between, and we offered them high-level experience, or we tried to, through lots of best practices. We also forced them to use the common moments during the workshops to share their own experience in a mutual learning process. And here you can see the picture of how it works. So we had imagined, we figured out a roadmap of 5 steps, where in the very beginning, the first phase of the Things Plus methodology forces the company to use some business innovation tools to analyze all products and services and values, looking at them using the customer perspective. At the end of the first stage, the inside out stage, a set of servitization opportunities will rise. The second step helps enterprises to make a real shift in their mindset. It is called outside in, and companies will discover as much as possible about their customers and are then able to shortlist among the many possibilities drafted in phase 1 the servitization opportunities that are most promising and are most likely to succeed in, and to cherry pick them and pursue them in the following phases. Let me check. Okay, and I will conclude in a minute. In this crucial phase, companies will develop, so in the second phase, the servitization concept by working on the weaknesses and risks and improving the general idea. And moreover, they will start understanding who and how will implement the project in the company and how it will affect the current business model. Phases, yellow phases 4 and 5 are implementation and go-to-market, and they can assume very different speed and needs vary from company to company. And for this reason, these phases are the less standardized, of course. Now, the basic concept is that it's like making a Lego Death Star. Structure is complex, but individual elements are standardized and known, and sometimes they are even simplified. Sequence and process is what it counts. if you follow the instructions, basically it was our mantra, results will come. And here you have a list of key success factors. As I told you, the methodology foresees the application of standard business innovation tools in a specific sequence. What is new is indeed the order these tools are sorted and the fact that there is a recommended pace and approach to use them, a specific delivery mode. What is interesting, and it is worth to be mentioned, is that the methodology is conceived to be a standard, potentially effective for any company in any EU country, working in any industry. And it is not a consultancy approach, rather it is a coaching. So experts are not offering solutions to companies that, of course, they have to find their own way. We tested this methodology on a quite big cohort of almost 100 companies that completed their pilots. And as you can see from the slide, the results after 18 months are quite interesting because almost 140 new jobs were created to run new services in small manufacturing companies. And we had 6.4 million revenues coming from these new services sold on the market of Central Europe. And a similar figure of money was the request from these companies to other funding sources at regional, national, and international level, both private and public, to complete their servitization pilots or projects. And the main lessons learned that we can draft from the pilot action and that allowed us to fine-tune the methodology that is now, of course, available for anyone because it was created within the framework of a Central European Interreg project, so it's public, is that the methodology works really in any sector and it is effective also for younger companies, for startup, which was something that we didn't assume in principle. The most promising results can be seen in companies that have a minimum of internal structure, of course. And another interesting point is that not only smart product projects, so not only digitalization projects, but also non-tech related servitization contents are of interest for companies and in particular for smaller ones. So to conclude, I think I'm on time. What was the sustainability program we had in mind? We have signed a memorandum of understanding. We were 8 BSOs in Central Europe, and our commitment was to continue offer and test this methodology to companies. So on one side, we have a number of innovation agencies across Europe that are continuing to explore the potential of this methodology. On the other way around, what is really interesting is that we managed to launch an international certification provided by a third party, which is Bureau Veritas. This certification is an international voluntary certificate for servitization managers, so for people that has a specific background in business innovation and that can prove to know product service systems theory, but also Things Plus methodology. And this is the guarantee of quality and also guarantee that this methodology is market proof somehow. And the idea is to have a standard implementation of it across the EU to favor SMEs servitization processes, with the aim to scale up, of course, the Interreg Central Europe results. Everything can be downloaded from this QR code. As you can see, the methodology is encompassed in 2 main tools. One are the guidelines in 2 parts in English, and one is the Toolkit portfolio, where you can find all the business innovation tools that are used to implement the methodology. It's in 3 parts, in English and also in other Central European languages. And there is also any catalog of business cases belonging to the companies in the pilot action. So everything is there. I hope that I was on time, and I thank you for your attention, and I'm available for any question, of course.
Yes, you were on time, but as you know, we're not finished yet. We have some questions for you. So keeping with the last part, the servitization manager, the certificate, the certified individuals, are they supposed to be as a consultant type? So you would hire them in order so you would get the information from them, or is this somebody that you would integrate into your own workforce?
Well, the idea of the public register of servitization managers was to let companies in Europe have a list of professionals or practitioners that have a proven capability to lead the process of changing the business models from a product-based business model to a product service system. And these people has to go through a certification process, so they have to have both a written and an interview test where they demonstrate their expertise. The approach that Thinks Plus suggests is not a consultancy. They have to be coaches, so they have to accompany the strategic change, and they have to accompany the company top management in this process. They can also be internals in the workforce. I mean, we had cases of companies that were a little bit whose size was a little bit bigger, so medium companies. They have R&D managers, for instance, that had enough skills, and after having this training, they applied the project from inside. It can be good cases.
And in case you would have bless you, in case you would have an employee that you would like to also, you would like them to get this knowledge, what kind of a background should this employee have? What is the optimal background for the employee to have to get the certificate? Is it legal? Is it financing, HR?
No, I think it's more, I mean, I don't know if it's in Slovenia, also in Italy, we have innovation managers. So we have a certification for innovation managers that is more about technology uptake in the company strategy. In this case, you have to have a background in business innovation, business strategy, and of course you have to know digitalization processes a bit, but it's not necessary to have a strong tech background, because normally tech background comes from other company roles. So you have to work in team to apply a servitization journey, and you have to work with operations, you have to work with R&D department where it is in place, and you have to work with marketing, because of course, it's very important when it comes to sell services. It's a team effort, I would say. So, but yeah, business strategy is the background that you need to have to understand this process, I guess.
Then let me rephrase the question. What kind of a skill set or personality characteristics would you recommend for somebody to be a servitization manager?
Well, you need to be able to see the whole picture. So,
okay.
So you have to understand everything from the technology, the process. Project management is a good prerequisite, of course. Understand a bit of technology, said, a bit of IT. Legal and finance, well, it is important. It depends, of course, on how sophisticated is your servitization project, because you can have different degrees. You can add a simple service just to complete your offering. You can turn to a completely diverse business model in the end. And in this case, of course, one single person cannot lead the whole process, or at least you need many different competencies that hardly can be encompassed in a single individual professional figure.
Thank you. And now, like, if we return to the company level, do you perhaps have a really good case example of servitization as a project that you would like to point out? Maybe like a concrete example.
Oh, well, for instance, a very successful example from Friuli Venezia Giulia is a company that sold gasoline. So for agriculture, they had this fleet that brought the gasoline to the different farmers.
And this was an Italian company.
Yeah, this is a company from Friuli Venezia Giulia. They are a medium company, not a very small one. And they put sensors in these in their fleet, and in particular, they put sensors in the farmers' tanks for gasoline. This it's basically quite simple. The sensor, in principle, were put there just to avoid that farmers remain without gasoline. So it was a simple sensor, but from that data they were able to build upon and to complete the offer with many sophisticated services, because a very wide set of new services were possible, just knowing the level of furniture that each client had. Of course, they could optimize the fleet movements, they could anticipate maintenance, they could anticipate refilling, and then they are testing different kinds of sensors that can, for instance, say to the client if it's time to clean their tanks, and so on and so forth. But of course, data, it's the starting point, as we all know.
And how long did, for this particular example, how long did it take to servitize completely?
I think that the first phase, so the testing phase with the quite consistent number of clients, needed like 18 months.
18 months.
Yeah. If we consider service innovation methodology that we developed in Things Plus, we thought that 6 months could be a good trade-off, because we wanted to offer something that was manageable from the company perspective in terms of time. You cannot go to a small entrepreneur and say, okay, this will take to you 3 years time. It's kind of not a good approach. So our bet was to be able to offer something that lasted 6 months. In practice, during the pilot action, we discovered that in 6 months, in the majority of the cases, companies were able to define their implementation strategies, start the first steps, but they were not able to sell the service on the market in this period. It takes from 12 to 18 months, depending on the level of sophistication of the service. But 6 months are enough to change the strategy, to understand where you want to go and what you need to go there. And this is a good trade-off not in our opinion, but in the opinion of the companies that made the journey with us.
And for this example, for example, you mentioned the complexity levels, let's say. This example with this gasoline, how complicated would you say this was?
Well, you have different layers of complexity. You have to consider the technology layer. In this case, was quite easy because it was just putting the sensor on a simple object, which was the tank, you know. It depends also which kind of product you want to make smarter. And it depends on the fact that you are in the position of putting the sensor in your product, so onboarding sensors in your own processes, or if you depend on external suppliers. In this case, the technology layer was quite simple, because they put sensor in tanks, and the sensor initially were very easy. They just have to measure one parameter, which was how many liters are in the tank left. And this was the initial step. And they built upon this later on, but it was not that difficult. In that case, what I learned from the client, from the company, was that the complexity stayed at the marketing level, because many times you rely on a vendor's network, so
Exactly.
your salesman force, and it is quite hard to change their mind, because servitizing the product affects a lot how you sell it. And so the complexity stayed more in that part than in the technology development in that case, but then each case is different. And that's the reason why we learned that a coach, someone that assists the company along the process, is needed, because any project is different, and you cannot have somehow, you can have a roadmap that is more or less similar for everyone, but then each project needs to be tailored to one situation. So it's the trade-off between standardization and individualization, of course.
Exactly. And at the beginning of your presentations, you mentioned competencies that might be lacking on the company level. Can you maybe elaborate? What kind of competencies did you notice were lacking?
Well, strategy level, many times the smaller companies are less strong. They are more operations oriented, of course, and competencies also in the sense that when it's about innovation, the smaller companies many times do not have formalized processes, do not have formalized positions for that. Many times it's the owner or the CEO that runs also the innovation, takes innovation decisions and innovation plans. In this sense, the day-to-day focused business is somehow an enemy of strategic thinking. And this is true for everyone, of course, but the smaller the company is, the more likely they have no space to, look at the horizon and have an idea of what can a different perspective bring on. And since servitization is more about strategy than technology, you need to take your time to elaborate on it. And also even to decide that it's not for you. I mean, it can have lots of added value for companies, but not for all companies. I'm not saying it's a magic recipe. What we say is that it's worth maybe to spend, I don't know, 5 days in these workshops and understand the process and understand if for your own business you can gain something by adding services or by valorizing the services that you are offering, because many times the situation is that smaller manufacturers do offer some services to their clients and they do not valorize them. They do not make money out of it.
So you would say that the possibility to pull out can already be seen in the first 5 days at the workshop level.
Well, it's not 5 days. I'm not inviting you for a week of workshops. The process that we use is to invite small groups of companies, like from 5 to 7 companies, and these workshops happen in a period of 2 or 3 months. So you have, I don't know, half day each 2 or 3 weeks, and you can discover the different aspects of what does it mean servitizing a small company.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Passat. Thank you for your time and your insights. And now that we understand and know what servitization is and what kind of methodology is used, and even some key success factors, let's get down to brass tacks. How do we implement it? Or if we go even further back, how do we find the idea to implement it in the first place? How do we make it happen? One of the approaches, as we all know, is top-down. However, sometimes the person with the best insight and the potential for change is hidden within your employees. Therefore, I would like to ask our next speaker, Mr. Mito Mihalic, how to harness that insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Luca, thanks for the word. Unfortunately, I can't have such beautiful background as you guys have because it looks extremely funny, and I will need to stay with the pedestrian one from my own living room. But yeah, greetings from Berlin. It's a national holiday today, at least like in the Brandenburg Berlin region, International Day of Women and their Rights. So this goes for you, first of all. Okay, so let me share my screen. I believe you should be able to see it in a minute. Thank you. All right. So as Luca already said, I'm coming a little bit from the, let's say, make your hands dirty approach, which means that I'm not that much on the side of methodology itself, but like more in the field of cultural transition in SME, or like in a Mittelstand company, as we call it in Berlin. So like I'm today here as a head of design strategy of Maschinenraum. Maschinenraum is a daughter company of wiesman. Maschinenraum is community of around 40 companies that are all either family-based or they belong to the SME context. And I'm actually responsible for their collaboration and their co-creation of like common, let's say, products and especially services. But we cannot tap only into what we have been doing for the past 2 years without understanding what were the triggers that like we had to do in the company. And since like wiesman is one of, let's say, first movers in the field of cultural change and digitalization in Germany, I will go first through the whole wiesman story as we did it, and then also tell you and show what kind of impact does it have on a cultural implementation of like other companies, as well as on the current economic stage in Germany. Besides that, I'm also a lecturer at HWR in Berlin, which is the Berlin School for Economics and Law, a visiting professor in Dessau, the former Bauhaus campus, and also a coach at Hasso-Plattner Institute, the School of Design Thinking in Berlin. Okay, so where are we today, and like where were we yesterday, so to say? I started as a head of design thinking at wiesman in early 2016, and back then we were still known as one of heating and also cooling champions, not only in Germany but like also in the whole Europe. But we were also very much known for having products and our hardware in the basement. We basically didn't have any service besides the classical service of maintenance, for instance, of one's boiler. We are at the moment trying to get in living spaces of people. So like we don't want to be anymore just present in the cellar, being invisible, being remembered only when your heating breaks down and like you have to call your installer, but like also we want to interact with everyday needs of people in the so-called controlled climate. Due to some R&D restrictions, majority of like our products that like we are currently prototyping, of course, as you can see on the slide, is blurred, but like you can already see that like basically there is no room where wiesman like doesn't want to have an object of producing heat or some kind of like filtering or whatever. On that note, one of the first things that I did when I arrived to the company and like when I saw this render as a part of like our strategy is kind of like, this is not how our users' houses look like. So this is like something that looks very nice for the promo material. It's very nice work from like those who are good with renders and so on, but like this is not the reality. We have to first of all like get to know our customer. In this talk, I'm going to talk a little bit more about like B2B and so-called installers, partners, but like also like on the end client side, this is not reality. Let's first get to know like our customer. And just as a side note, we went to eBay. We actually bought with a little bit of budget some furniture that like we believe our average user has and like created a proper living room that looked way different than this one. Then like we invited our employees to take a look in the so-called like showroom in a corner to understand how our customers actually live. And like they don't have fancy BMWs and electric cars and like whatnot. They basically have a way financially, let's say, glamorous environment. So that was just like first step to actually bash our own strategy or like vision in the image itself. But I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. So like, where are we today? On the right side, you see one of like our most sold or like commonly sold objects. So we basically make homes, residential homes, and like also non-residential buildings warm. And that's what basically should be enough for this talk, just to understand where I am actually coming from. From the numbers perspective, we are 105 years old, so like relatively old, but like not the oldest, far from the oldest German Mittelstand. The oldest one is around 500 years, and it's also in our Maschinenraum portfolio, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. Currently, we have around 2.3 billion turnover a year, and like we are present in 74 countries. We are located in Allendorf-Eder, which is literally between nowhere and nowhere. So like when you're good in German geography, I believe you still have to Google it. But like if you can just imagine like the German's map, we are located between Kassel and Frankfurt. Even I have to think after 7 years where we are, which also shows a little bit like the willingness of people to live there and like to move there. And that was also like one of the biggest problems we have with hiring, because we simply weren't ready yet, let's say 6 or 7 years ago, to equally work in, for instance, Berlin, where our digital unit was, nowadays in Poland, actually, and kind of like still having a strong base in Allendorf. We are present in 11 production sites, and what is the most important thing is like we are family owned, which definitely changes like some decision process when you compare it, for instance, like with bigger entities, and also that's something I'm gonna talk today about. Where are we present? So being strongly present in the heating portfolio, you can see that it's a little bit more of the northern part of the world. And what basically I want to say is that like I was responsible for customer centricity of around 12,500. We're actually growing quite fast. I think we are at the moment approaching the 13,000 employees number. And my role was actually to bring the awareness of the user from the bottom up. So like what, for instance, Francesca before me was talking is that somebody who's an innovation manager should have like a broader picture and like should see all processes in the organization. We actually went the other way around. We were addressing those who only know few parts, bits and pieces of like what is actually happening in the organization. And it doesn't come by surprise that like 99.9% of people out of this like 12,300 actually don't have a clear picture. And I'm not talking just about like strategy, I'm not talking about like mission and so on. I'm basically just like talking about how much do we know about like our users? How much do we actually know about like the processes that like we are having towards them to kind of like solve their needs and their pain points. And we actually realized like around 6 years ago that we have to change, and like that we have to change fast. And like when is the best way to change is like when your sales are growing. When you try to start changing, like when you see that like your sales are declining, and then you're most probably too late. It's not completely too late, but it's better to do it when people still have the trust. And like once more, when you have a CEO who's at the same time like also owner of the company, then of course the decision process and like the need of change is a little bit faster, but like not necessarily. So we actually realized that like we have to change because our B2C users are changing their behavior. So like for 100 years or like for 99 years, the whole formula was actually very, very easy. So like you as an end customer, you wanted to renew your heating or like you wanted to buy a new one, and you simply, at least in Germany and like in the DACH region as we call it, so including Switzerland and Austria, you called an installer that was like basically the closest next to your house. The installer came and said, okay, this is what you need. And like, since those installers are like a little bit on a, let's say, senior side, also from the age perspective, they offered you what they knew the best: oil or gas. And that's like something that we realize has to change. And like, if we don't educate our installer, then like our installer won't be able to offer the best and like the most sustainable product that we currently have on the market. And if our end user loses the respect and like the trust into our installer, then they will simply go somewhere else. And like, for us, obviously, this is a lost case. The next thing, besides educating the installer and like making them a little bit more tech savvy, is also that like the whole construction is changing. So like passive housing, for instance, global warming, also impacting the need of heating and whatnot. And since I was later, after being a head of design thinking, also head of user lab, which means that I was heading a department for qualitative B2C customer research, I realized, or like we realized, obviously with the team, that the whole value of having a home changed dramatically in past 5 to 6 years. So like, people don't commit anymore to their houses as, for instance, generation of our parents did. I'm going to be a little bit plastic, but I believe that like majority of our parents' houses are houses that were built somewhere between like 30 and 40 years ago. And our parents will live there until they either move to a senior house, and they just don't intend to move for the sake of living somewhere else. Or like, for instance, even we don't build our houses anymore for the sake of like living there until the end of our lives. And there are like other opportunities, for instance, like we want to move for the sake of the job or something like that. And therefore, like, we don't go for premium products anymore. Instead of like investing 15,000 into your heating, you invest 5,000, because this brings you like 5,000 for 5 years. And then since you're going to move, this won't affect your purchasing price. But we as Wiesman, we don't have products for 5,000 because we are called Mercedes-Benz of heating, which means obviously that we have to react also in the service level. And that's also like what I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And we also have new players on the market. So like, let's say 5 years ago, we had Budeus, we have Weiland and so on. So like, those are the blue ones, as we call them in the organization. And like, those were our competitors. Who would have thought that suddenly Google will become our competitor? Who would have thought that like Amazon will become our competitor? Who would have thought that like Tesla can anyhow jeopardize our market? And yet all these three players, among others, did. And they have something that we don't. They have data. They are producing, for instance, heat pumps. They're producing solar panels. And yes, it goes without saying that like our products are way better than theirs, because like we have this like 105 years legacy, but we are dramatically losing on the market because we don't have the data. And that's also a call, and huge call for change, and the red flag that like we simply had to react on. But why do we do it? And like, why do we actually need to boost at least one of these bubbles over here? So like, the first one that bring a holistic solution, holistic, is feasibility. And that's something that like European and definitely German companies have. This is the so-called German mastermind. This is like the know-how behind. And I hear so many times when working with our 40, or like, let's say, they're not equally active, but let's say 25 to 30 companies. And like, when we go through processes, and like when we do so-called soft consultancy for them, the briefing is almost always the same. So like, we have an extremely good concept. We put a patent on it. First of all, like, you have to sign an NDA to tell you what it actually is. The only problem that like we have is we don't know who will use it, how much people will be willing to pay for it, and if they need it or not. And of course, like, we need to have a viable business model behind. Or even in the context of today's talk, what happens even more often now is like we need a platform. Everybody has a platform. We need to have some kind of a software for like our B2B partners. And like my question is always, but like, who are your B2B partners? Can we like put them into certain groups? Can we kind of like understand like what their problems are so that like we act accordingly? Like, do you want to offer something new? Do you want to optimize processes? Like, what do you actually want to offer to your customer? Why are you doing that? Like the very simple why. Oh, we just need a platform because everybody has a platform. So like, this is like how our briefing looks like. And those are like big companies. So like, I'm not talking about whatever, like, let's say 10-man band or something like that. So feasibility, something that is very often in like 99% not a problem. The second one is viability. So like, for instance, Germany being one of the strongest world economies, it goes without saying that like viability is there. They know how to sell their stuff. But like what is truly lacking is desirability. This is like something that like we still don't have anyhow researched properly. So like big companies with like billions of turnover very often like don't have any study on their like B2B or like B2C needs, desires, frustrations, and so on. They most probably have market estimations. They most probably know personas from marketing and so on, but that's not the same. What we are truly talking about is segmentation of their customers and like knowing how to actually address their problems and their needs. And like the one that like we talk the most about recently, it's actually one of like biggest buzzwords, so to say, like in the business world, is integrity. So like, does our innovation, does our holistic solution play into a sustainable goal? Is it morally and ethically clean? So like, that's also like something that more and more companies are putting in their visions. And like, that's also like what I do very often with companies with machine realm. Like they call us and say like, we need to rethink our vision. We are good for our company. We are good for our employees. We are good for like what we are and like known on the market. I also believe that we are good for the user, but like we have no clue if we kind of like play in a sustainable picture. And that's also like where we can like reframe their operational models. And like, what methodologies do you use? And like, what is the trigger you pull? And since Francesca before me was talking about methodologies, of course, I'm also gonna use one. And like personally, I work a lot with design thinking and design sprints. But for the exploration part, I believe design thinking works better. So just to clear out, I didn't prepare anything on design sprints or like Google sprints as we call it, but just to kind of clear it out, when you want to explore and like you go into unknown and like you don't know like which users you have and like what services or like products are going to be used, you use design thinking. When you have something already, like when it's validated, like when you know that like you want to have a service that like will work with your B2B partner, and you just need more like iteration models, more prototypes, more testings and so on, like you go for Google or design sprint. Okay, we cleared that. So what does actually design thinking mean? So like, you don't need to be a designer. It's basically just a method that's based on the way how product designers think and work, and implemented or like infused in the business world. Yes, also like what Francesca said before, like you need a team. We always work in teams. And we start with having a challenge. So like very often, like you need to know what you want to solve. Don't do things like design thinking or Scrum or whatever, like in your organization, if you don't know like what you want to address and like what are concrete challenges you do. And first of all, like you need to do a proper research and like you need to kind of like go together with the coach to understand in the first place where you are heading and like why you're actually doing that. This is the moment like when you talk to experts, and also like the moment when you plan your user research. I prepared like a concrete example. So like you don't need to, I would say, understand like way too much what I'm saying at the moment, because some pictures are coming afterwards and it's going to be way easier to understand like the whole process. However, when you know what you want to solve and like when you know who you want to ask, you go and like you observe. And also like what we just heard in the previous talk is it's extremely difficult like to come to your users because like very often your sales representatives and like people from sales organization are blocking it just because they very often don't want to give you a contact because they don't know what you're going to ask them. And since we're doing qualitative research, we simply don't know what we're going to ask because we let the interviewee to guide you and like not the other way around. So this is not quantitative research. We don't come with a questionnaire or a guideline of 15 or like 20 page questions and like try to understand like what needs are from our people just by reading one after another. We sometimes have like 2 or 3 questions and then like we just let them open and talk about like their daily frustrations, and then we kind of generate the need out of it. And this is the moment like when we create a persona. This is the third part of synthesizing of like what we actually gathered. And this is where we also create personas which differ from personas we know from marketing. When we know what we want to solve and like what is the problem of our user that like we chose, it's time to ideate, the good old brainstorming. And that's like something that everybody in the organization can do. You don't need to have like any skill for that. Like you just need to have certain openness and like willingness. And you also like need to know something about products or like, let's say, service portfolio in your company. And then like when we choose like the best 2 ideas, we go into prototyping. Very, very quick and dirty prototyping, and then we test it again with our user. And very often, hopefully, the first iteration cycle will happen with the bad feedback. So like people won't like it, people will find it weird, like there is no need for it. And this is the moment like when we have to go back. And sometimes we go back into ideation, sometimes we go back into more research, and sometimes we are back in the beginning. However, it doesn't necessarily always mean that the customer is right. Yeah. So like, for instance, when we do a proper usability testing and we check a new purchasing platform for our users, when people don't see a button or like when they want to press on it, but like it's too small, no, they don't have like 2 big fingers or something like that. This is just something we simply like need to react on and like we have to change because it's basically part of ergonomy if you want. But sometimes the no of the customer also gives us the information that like the customer is not ready yet. And then like it's on us to decide like, do we want to be a first mover on the market like and still go into it despite the fact that the customer doesn't like it? Or do we want to wait a little bit, like maybe wait for someone else to be the first mover, like to have the pitfalls first, and then kind of come on the market before it's too late? And just on that note, I don't like to quote Steve Jobs or something, but there is an anecdote that I actually like. When they tested like the first version of iPhone, users didn't like it, and McKinsey that was consulting them said like, don't go into it. People don't like it. Kill it. Abort. People need buttons on their phones. For some reasons, Steve Jobs or whoever was in their R&D team didn't go for it, and the rest is obviously history. Okay, and then like when we know what the new service is, it's time to implement it. And yes, here we talk about like go-to-market strategy. We're talking about game plans, for instance. We need to know like what are the main steps that need to be done for the implementation. What is the budget? Who's going to work on it? Like, do we have to hire? Do we have in-house resources and so on? But that's something that I'm not necessarily going to talk about today because we simply don't have so much time. What is really important is to understand where in a company like Wiesman, for instance, producing hardware, where does the service level come in? And the first part that like we use methodologies like design thinking, for instance, is enabling the core. So like it's making our products even better, but I'm talking about our products that like are currently on the market and that people already know of. The second one is extend the core. And this is where I believe the service actually comes in. I'm not talking about, once more, like the service for like maintenance of like our hardware, but like service that like you use in your portfolio to your B2B or like B2C customer as a new form of your business model. And the next one is explore the new, or so-called a moonshot. This is like something you can use despite the fact that like you were never present in that market. For instance, Wiesman as a heating hardware producer could easily go into pharma, for instance, and see like if there's like something that we could produce, or like we could do, or basically like any other vertical where nobody would have thought like, okay, I didn't think that, like, for instance, a company like Wiesman would be present there. I'm gonna give you an example in a second. So to understand the necessity of like talking to your clients, I am again using the so-called ESH 2017. I checked the participants list today, and I know that like some of you mostly from Slovenia kind of like saw it already, but I still understand and like the value of it, although it was done basically 5 years ago. Yeah, exactly 5 years ago, where it goes without saying, like, fairs looked a little bit different than they look today. However, there is a learning out of it. So our ESH is the biggest event that like we have every second year. ESH stands for a fair in Frankfurt, and our CEO wanted to have design thinking workshops with our partners. So like it's a solely B2B part. This is how it actually looks like. So we tried to get people from the ground floor into the first floor and work with customer-centric methodology. How this looks like, we actually sat them down by the table, and sometimes 2 of them who knew each other worked together, sometimes 3 of them who didn't know each other, sometimes even the sales representative for Wiesman sat down with them. There is a guy in a gray suit in the end of the table, and like we actually used the same process in 45 minutes that I explained before on a timeline. So like first the installer A was asking the installer B, then they swapped. And they were basically asking each other for like what kind of problems and issues they have in their daily life. Then they created so-called point of view sentence, and then they had like 5 minutes to find 5 different solutions. Then they presented it to each other in favor of getting a feedback, and then they prototyped it with like all the funky material that you see on the table, and everything was completely time boxed with a time timer that I also have today over here to time box myself. And later they got like the final feedback, and after that they created the so-called solution sentence. For those who want to have numbers, we had in 4 days over 470 participants from all over the world in over 75 workshops running every 15 minutes in 4 different languages. And this was, I always say it in the same way, I'm repeating myself, but this was like the cheapest user research we did in the history of the company. For the price of like 1 espresso that you see on the table, we didn't only get like their pain points, which was the most important part, but like we also got hints how to actually solve that. And installers like to be perceived and seen as experts. So it was also like a very good move from us to kind of like include them into like our innovation process. And that was also like the testimonial that like we got very often. What came out of it? So almost every installer, almost I would say 80%, if not more, I don't have like the correct number because we didn't really count, but like it was so present, had back pain. And we were kind of like, yeah, that's most probably what happens, right? I mean, like when you carry boilers downstairs in the basement, you realize that most probably like the back pain is going to be there if you do it like day after day after day. And what we did, we shadowed them. So like we took a camera, like we were driving around for like a few days in their vans when they were on the way to their end customers. And we realized that the back pain surprisingly doesn't come from carrying new objects downstairs into their cellars, but it actually comes from like maintaining those that are already on the wall and like have a certain error or whatever. So just by leaning down and spending hours and hours in this position, they of course like started to complain about that. The a little bit more tech savvy ones used their phone as a camera, so they were still standing, and like the little bit more senior ones brought a small chair where they felt like they were actually sitting, which is not the most classy, let's say, solution and the workaround, but like at least it works. So like we wanted to react on that. And what do you do? So like we also with our R&D and like with our design department, we were asking ourselves like, how can we change the boiler so that like the display is in our installers' eyes and like they don't need to lean down. And like we didn't of course like want to change the mechanics of our product because like this would be extremely expensive. And funny enough, we just launched a new series that we presented on that very fair. And this is going to be up for like 7 to 10 years. You don't change it immediately just because you saw that there is a need in the back plane. So like what we did, like with lots of prototyping, with like lots of ideation, with like working with R&D and so on, is that an installer can flip only the front surface around and kind of like can use the maintenance processes either if the display is on the bottom or like on top. And like the whole mechanics of the boiler, it doesn't change. It's still as it is mounted on the wall. And for that, like we, for instance, got like the Gold Award, Gold Design IF Award in 2019. And this is actually like the result of such methodology. What we did on the next ESPA, because it runs every 2 years, is we kind of like took those issues and those needs and like we went into a little bit more like intimate setting one by one, like doing the proper research, just to kind of like show that like we actually do care for our customers' needs or like our partners' needs in this case, that like we want to react on them. Guess what? Corona happened, so like our ESH was digital, and the next one wasn't even called ESH anymore, but it was called wiesman Live, and that was like the biggest learning for us. Without trying to sound cocky or something like that, but like majority of those workshops that like we planned for them weren't done because like our installers are simply not tech savvy. Sometimes it took us 7 minutes, even 10 minutes to tell them like how to unmute themselves. And like we had around 35 minutes to 40 minutes to work with them. And sometimes they got so frustrated that like they just didn't want to talk anymore. They were not angry on us, they were just like angry on the whole technique and so on. They were confused and so on. And that's also like one of the things that like we learned. So like you have all your services need to be extremely simple for people who are simply not tech savvy. They're good at like what they do, but they're not tech savvy. So like we realized that like first we have to educate our B2B partner. And this is like one of services that like we definitely started providing if we want to improve towards our B2C customers as well. Once more, like when you go into understanding like what your customers need, don't validate your already existing assumptions that you have, but like do interviews and try to find new ones and then react to that. Recruiting and like user research is the main goal, how to actually be innovative and how to optimize your services towards your customers. We call ourselves like customer obsessed, but for that, like you first need to get to know them. How do you do that? First of all, what you need to do is a so-called touchpoint mapping. So like you need to prioritize your partner. You have to like put them in different stakeholder maps, and then you have to try to understand like in which touch points things are critical, where like new services like need to be ideated, and like where those that are already present need to be optimized. So that's basically like the first part, and like out of which you start doing like your future implementations. What We also did for the organization is a so-called persona toolkit. So only for Germany, we spent over, I don't know, like at least 100 to 150,000 euro just to do an end customer research. So like we had to go like in different parts of Germany, let it be historically driven or financially driven. And we did like qualitative interviews, focus groups, and so on to understand like what their triggers are. And then we created only four B2C personas for the whole German market, and some more on the B2B when it comes to like different owners of installation companies. In this case, we have 5 and 6 different types of installers. And that's something we started like to also then communicate in the organization at wiesman. And we wanted to make sure that like every employee, even if they come from HR and they have nothing to do with our customers, knows who actually pays our bills. And we did it like through different ways. For instance, like in our internal channel, you could do a so-called persona quiz to understand like, or like to figure out like which end customer you are. We printed them up like life size, and like we asked people to create a so-called persona selfie, which was for some reasons extremely successful. People were like uploading it like crazy. Then like we also created like a special physical toolkit for like the not so techy ones, and like of course we also did it like in a virtual form. Later we educated coaches in every team, and we called them persona catalysts, just to be sure that whatever strategic decision is done in the organization, it has the user in mind. So these 3 pillars are kind of like needed for a successful customer centricity implementation in the organization. And also like, for instance, like when we have an idea management portal, the first question that people get when they pitch their project to the board is like, who is going to benefit from it? Can you tell us like which out of the 4 personas we have now is going to benefit the most? Is it techie or like is it the skeptical one? And can you tell us like which installer will like be the most hit by it, and like which are we kind of like still letting behind? If people don't have this question, don't have the answer on this question, then like their solution will never be taken. Going out of enabling the core and extending the core, this is basically the service we did, and it's basically called wiesman Wärme, which is Spotify or Netflix for heating. And this goes back to the beginning of my talk when I said that the emotional value of the house is changing, and that people don't commit to put like 10 to 15K anymore just for heating, but they still want to have the proper premium heating system in their house. What do you go for? You just go for the abo. And this is one thing that we offered. Or even different, we have a mega trend of aging society. So like someone who is like 80 or 85 simply doesn't want to put 15,000 into heating. What do? We just offer a program. So like for the fixed price a month, we kind of bring everything there. And then we also disassemble when somebody moves, for instance. The second service with it is the so-called Förderprofi. And the Förderprofi is a subsidy calculator. We realize that like there is over 6 billion euro for subsidies when people want to or like need to change their heating systems. And only 20% of them use it. Why is that so? We went again into shadowing. We went again into so-called fly on the wall. We realized that people give up after 5 to 10 minutes because the website is just too much for them. Too many data needed, like they have to wait for several weeks even to get the answer, they give up. On the other side, even installers don't support it because they cannot immediately close the deal. And like they have to go like 2 or 3 times to the customer, wait for the subsidy, they don't get anything out of it, and they always just like cut the subsidy, it's fine, let's just go into the business. What we did is a service of a so-called Förderprofi, where like you get a real-time answer how much subsidies you get from the government, of course, if you go for a wiesman solution. The next thing is extend the core. Is the moonshot, excuse me. And this is like something we did in Corona, for instance. Like we realized that we can totally be also present on the medical field, and we used our cooling cabinets for ad hoc intensive care stations. And that's like something that no one, even like 5 years ago, would have thought that like Wiesman as a heating and cooling producer is going to be present in the market. This brings us to Maschinenraum. We're not the only ones. A lot of companies have similar issues. And since we were the first movers and like we created the Maschinenraum, a lot of companies then joined. So like these are just selected members that you can see. I would say that most probably like you know, obviously like at least Wiesman, Jägermeister, I would also say, but Knauf, but there are also like a lot of other hidden champions who do now collaboration with us. How does it look like? So like the first one is building awareness. So it's the house. So like we kind of bring people together and kind of like tell them like why it's important to ideate. The second one is shaping mindsets with like exchanging their knowledge and their expertise in a very transparent way. And the last one is facilitating collaboration. And that's basically like what I do with my team. So like we kind of bring companies together and say, okay, you need a service, but like, can you please tell us like who's going to benefit from it? Or like maybe two companies can have a system together because like you're in the same vertical. So like, why don't you offer like a one-stop shop for your B2B user to simplify everything instead of like having Amazon taking over, just to think twice. That's what we offer to the company. So like every company needs to go through this canvas to see like their cultural readiness and like their digital tech savviness. You can download that on the Maschinenraum site. It's in English and German. And also like we understand, or we need to let people to understand how they actually drive their change. On one hand, what you do top down is the transformational part, and the executional part always needs to come bottom up, enabling people to collaborate, because not everybody in the company knows everything, especially not the CEO. So like if you bring people together, someone from sales, someone from logistics, someone from finance, someone from marketing, and let them work and first share what they know, you get a puzzle principle. So like you get a proper understanding of your customer, which you validate later with interviews, and then decide like how are you going to approach that part. Creativity is becoming a most desired skill. 2015 was on the last part, and 2020 was on the third one. It's meant to even jump on the first one in the upcoming years. But like without knowing how to put it, like in what kind of, let's say, methodology, then we have creative people in the organization, but like we don't know how to streamline it. So I hope I gave you just like one way how to approach creative potential you have in your organization, and also work on it in favor of making life of your customers easier, and your own as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita. And also thank you for so clearly outlining the Q&A section, as we do have questions. So the first one is, obviously there's a fight for data. Not only new players, but older, bigger players, such as you mentioned, Amazon, Google, Tesla, they try to get data from the end consumers. So also the other actors in the ecosystem, such as manufacturers of power converters, or even the energy and utility providers themselves, try to get customer data to design new service business models. And everyone has the same approach, as you said, like you have to have a platform. So designing a service is one thing, but realizing it in such a competitive environment is another. So the question is, what are the key factors of being successful in the realization of it? And how does Wiesman do it differently or better than the other players?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure like if we're doing it differently or better. I hope we are, but others are doing it as well, right? I mean, what I would say is definitely listening to your customer once more and once more and once more, and like really going in this like iterative parts, right? So like you really need to understand and see the whole context from your customer's point of view. The problem is that, like, for instance, we have UI designers, UX designers, and like the whole bunch of IT guys creating something for a person who's not tech savvy, who's using, for instance, like the phone only for calling, only for texting, and like maybe in the last year also like as an access to information. Like in our case, like majority of deals are still closed by a landline phone. So invoicing comes via fax. So like very much 90s, if you want, processes, but that's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean, like we can find it funny, we can find it even weird, but like this is not the answer. We still have to react on that. So like really this like gradual onboarding of our installers in this case is crucial, because what happens is that like when we launch a new version of like our app that our installers are using, it's so-called Vito Guide, where they get like all information and so on, immediately we get like extremely negative reviews, which is like really bad for us. And like our CEO gets super unsatisfied because you guys were supposed to do something good, and like now our rating went down to like, I don't know, 2.1 or something like that. Can we do something? It doesn't mean that like our app is worse. It's most probably better, and we all know it, but it's just not aligned with the speed that like our customer is willing to go on, because like they just got used to something, and like suddenly like there is something that's new and optimized, and of course they write a negative review. And who writes that? Like the loudest customer. And who is the loudest customer? The most loyal customer we have, and like we don't want to lose them, of course. So I would say that like the speed is not the issue. It's most probably like the other way around. It's the patience that like you need to have, because the majority of us basically understand like phones and computers as an extension of our bodies. But like in our case, installers don't anything but that. So like we just need to, I would say, like if I say that like we need to gain empathy, it sounds a little bit like weird in this kind of like rough context of like engineering world, but yet we need to, because with that we can actually boost our business model.
Thank you. And the other question is, some years ago, other studies have shown that particularly in Germany or German-speaking areas, people or end consumers prefer owning equipment than using a pay-per-use or heating service model. Have you recognized whether this attitude has changed, or are only the early adopters the ones who opt out for these new models?
That's true. That's true. You're definitely right on that. We do see changes in that. We kind of like see that like the whole rental potential is changing, but like here we actually crush on a different problem, at least when it comes to urban environments. I'm sure we don't have time like to go into detail, but ownership of like housing and so on is not necessarily a German thing. It's changing now, but like majority of apartments are, for instance, rented, and like they already come with a certain heating and so on. So like this is not really a thing for us. We are in this case very much in a niche world, but I honestly do believe that unfortunately, since last 10 or 11 days, with like all the hybrid models and so on, and like Germany going autark, and like Germany going really strongly in the field of like not being independent on oil and gas anymore, I believe and I reckon that like this is going to be, at least in this case, beneficial for us, because like maybe people will understand that like it makes more sense to rent something than paying way too much money for their existing hardware that's gas or oil driven.
But you would say that given the current changes, that there is definitely some sort of change coming.
Definitely.
Definitely. And like, would you say, could you maybe speculate in which direction would it go? Like just purely go off of oil, or just how do you speculate?
Well, I mean, we do have like a special, let's say, department like working in speculative futures and like kind of trends and so on. So like I don't necessarily like want to speculate because it's too complicated to understand like what is the metrics for the speculation. But maybe I would rather answer in what way, like how we actually do that, and like maybe rather just as a tip to others, right? So like you basically want to picture your company in 5, 10, or even 15 years. And then like you put all the mega trends kind of like coming into it, and then like you go into two scenarios. Like one is dystopian scenario. So like what if things go wrong or even worse, which is unfortunately, as we see in the world, like not so unexpected. And the second one is utopian, which means that you say like, okay, if the environment will still have like a stable growth, how will this impact like our portfolio? And then you go into so-called metrics when you say, okay, we have existing users and existing products. How can we optimize it? Like what services can we offer? And we have existing users, and like what are the future products, and then like what are the, let's say, future users and existing products for them, and like what are the future users and the future products, and then like you kind of like jump into like metrics of like utopian and dystopian future. So like I would say that at least in Germany, I would say like we have a really strong potential of resilience, saying it as a non-German, but like definitely understanding that Germans are very often like not fast in dictating trends, but like extremely fast at like catching up when they realize that like there is something they need to do. So like the problem that like we currently have, at least in the urban environment, is like the lack of infrastructure when it comes to let's say electric stations and so on for like mobility and so on. But I actually do see a really strong potential in the market to simplify those services for users, and like offering relatively seamless solutions. And like when things are seamless and financially interesting, which definitely comes with a strong financial support of the government, people go for it. And like they're already, like even for years, like we already have, for instance, a collaboration between wiesman and BMW, and like we are on the user journey simplifying the way so that the user has only one app for heating, electricity, and mobility, for instance.
Thank you, Mr. Mita, for all the answers and all the insights. Now we will take a 15-minute break, and we will continue 10 to 11 or 10:50 if you would like, with a presentation of Henning Raab. Hopefully during this time you can also use the newfound insight to make some ideas of your own. Thank you. Welcome back, dear viewers. We will now continue with the conference. For the next part, hopefully we now understand that there is a methodology behind systematization. And hopefully during this break, you may have even had the time to generate a few ideas of your own. But we already know that an idea is just an idea, even a polished idea, but still an idea. In today's risk environment, we need more than that. We need data, as was also mentioned by Mr. Michalic before. We need to know which idea has actual merit and actual potential. To cover how to sift through the data and substantiate our ideas, I welcome Mr. Henning Raab.
Thank you very much. This is the third presentation, and we cannot avoid any redundancy, but I hope to get new things into it, and I share my screen right now, and then we can take it from there.
No problem with that, Mr. Raab.
I listened to Francesca and was happy to hear about sensors in fuel tanks of farmers. Keep that in mind for later. I've listened to the presentation of Mito, and thank you for all the insights of wiesman Group, because my presentation is based on a similar situation. Have in mind that we are talking about machinery industry.
Mr. Raab, we cannot see your screen yet.
Oh,
yeah.
Why not? You cannot see. I've got this one.
It's okay.
You have
Happens to the best.
You have the screen now,
Yes, we can see it now. Thank you.
but you don't see the presentation, don't you?
No, we just see your Zoom.
Yeah. Okay. I have to switch that. I'm sorry. That is the problem of, here you are.
There we go. Thank you.
And there we go to the presentation. Sorry. So I'd like to talk about new players with new rules in the game, and even entering the global service management. And I've got 3 topics in there: disruptive options, where's the gap, where are the pain points, I'm sorry that you have the camera on the other screen right now, but I have to read a little bit of my presentation. Sorry for that misleading thing. Second point is the value creation alternatives and product lifecycle management. How can we change process patterns? And the third then is data-driven services to become new business models. Yeah, what is the old guy doing here? I have a long history in industry and consulting, and I'm now doing transformation and mainly digital-based transformation processes for companies in the AgTech sector. I'm based in Kiel. Kiel, surprisingly north of Germany, at the Baltic Sea, surprisingly a sister city of San Francisco. And so we have a lot of exchange regarding digital things and new thinking. And this is very amazing, even for me, being here, living here, and working here. So let's go into the first part, disruptive options. Where's the gap? I want to tell you a story behind the story. You all know Dick Fosbury. You know the Fosbury flop. But where is the story behind that? He tries to beat the world record, which was under risk in the 60s. So more and more professionals jumped against the bar and not over it. And the old technology or the old technique was the straddle technique. And they had to use it because of the mat behind the bar. This was not smooth enough, not thick enough to cover anything else than jumping over and get them safe on the ground. So he tried to jump over the bar and failed with that. So the functional optimization failed. Even the approach and the takeoff was done and done again, but he failed. And then he discovered something which was new. The mat, because of the polyurethane development, had a new technology and became thicker and thicker and smoother. So thick that he thought, if I jump over and land with my neck first, it won't would break. And he said, why don't I change the process and do another approach, go to the other side and jump again on the other side. And the rest is the success story of Mexico 68. What was the story behind the story? Behind the bar, the world was changing. And that's what I want to talk about. Experts almost always look at the process in front of the bar. How can we change our processes? How can we do better what we always do? How can we be more efficient or more effective? They're all based on known processes, and they are now digitized, they are now optimized, but this is all functional optimization. Disruptors analyze how the world is changing behind the bar. That's the first step they do. So that is the first, let's say, advice or contribution. As an engineer, as a company, have a look behind the bar. Look if the world is changing there, if there are new offers, new players, new rules in the game, new technologies. And if you witness something new, you might then go to your own people and ask them, what if the world was changing? Can you change your processes? You might all know this picture or this example of sustaining innovation versus disruptive innovation. The analog technology had hardware and production and logistics and dealerships and specialized playback devices. And then it was digitized only to the CD-ROM. The digitization had even hardware, production, logistics, dealers, and specialized playback devices. So it was a functional optimization, and the players in the ground could change, and they had to speed up, but many of them survived with the new technology. And then Spotify and others arose, and there was no hardware, no production, no logistics, dealerships, and so on and so forth. And this is what you might even see in other businesses as well. New things are coming, and they are disruptive because you have no change and no chance to change your processes anymore, because these processes are obviously no longer needed. So here is the question, where is the service in this disruptive innovation? So as I said, experts imagine the world from the area they control. So the digitization inside out. Mito mentioned it, Francesca mentioned it also. So they look at the smarter product. They have a lot of data about their product, so they look to smarter products. The sales team might have some data to look to the operator of the smart product or a smarter product. But who is the customer of the operator of the smarter product? Some marketing guys might know, and they have a few data and a few assumptions. And at least, what is the environment of the operator's customer? So at the end of the chain of my products or the use of my product, how is the world changing there? Disruptors often develop their market from what nobody yet had mastered. They go to, let's say, mobility and logistics services, to trends and preferences. And they use a lot of data in that regard. And then they go to ecosystems and offers in that chain of customers' demands and needs in the future. And then they focus more on systems, hardware, and infrastructure that are most successful in those demands and those concepts. And finally, they go down to the business areas that are most profitable in that, and they invest into it. And all this is based on data. All this is based on a lot of different data packing together, and that's what they do. And that's, this picture is pretty much what Mito mentioned before. If you have disruption in your home domain, it might cause a lot of irritation, but you know the effects and you can answer to that because the domain knowledge is in your company. Tricky is if it is outside, if it is a small cause, but lately a big effect. And therefore, the second takeaway is give some people time to look around your own domain. Give them a package and a budget to look after other things in other markets. Let them know how the world is changing. This might be an investment where the return on it is really estimated as so la la. But if you don't do it, you might be surprised by something which is too late for you to react accordingly or to be part of the disruption first. This is a claim from Eliot almost 100 years ago. Where's the wisdom we lost in knowledge, and where's the knowledge we lost in information? Data is not the only thing. You need to have knowledge and wisdom, but the combination of information, knowledge, and wisdom is the key for success. So let's go into the second part for value creation alternatives and product lifecycle management. You might be aware of those kind of engineering processes. This is a one from Airbus. I've taken it from the web, so it's official, or it's not even a secret. So a product development process starts with the product idea and ends to the entry into service or the first flight or something. How is it going today? The engineers have got bright ideas, new technologies, amazing features, and enthusiastic concepts. This is in the first phase, the M0. Engineers are so pleased to work on that project. And then the program managers come and say, focus, guys, focus, focus. They are reducing complexity because of industrialization requirements. Not everything goes. So first step, the enthusiastic concepts are gone already. And then the controller comes in and says, look, guys, cost cutting to reach profitability standards. We need to be clear in that. And so the first amazing features are gone, and then the next are gone. And then the purchasing department comes in and said, guys, we don't have the ability to reach target pricing. We need to have further cutoffs. So the new technologies are gone because they are too expensive at the early adopters. And at least the sales guys come in and say, no, the competitors are coming with new products, and we've got real issues to sell off this product. It is too expensive. We need final costs. So even the bright ideas are gone. So profitability drives enthusiasm and to dullness. And this is the situation all over the manufacturer or the machinery manufacturers. If we look at the product development process once again, consistently from the data perspective, we discovered data-driven business options and early install them in parallel business initiatives. You see the process of Airbus in the back, and now we do it from the data perspective again. If we want to do that, we have to understand that data are assets, and we divide them into gray data and colored data. Colored data are meant for external offers, and gray data are meant for internal use. And we go through and you will get the message. First of all, in the development process, we can ask the engineers to build data technology into the machine, into the mobile or local machine. Put everything in what you can think of, sensors and actors and other things, connectors. So the developers, the designers, the engineers build in what is possible. And then the controllers should have a look at, we want to do data management and connectivity inside the machine. So the human machine interface or the driver machine interface and so on, but even the owner or the shop floor or other connections should build beside that, based on the sensors and actors and connectors in the machine. So the controllers have to understand not the machine price pays for everything. We have to have other business models behind that. And if you go further, you have then, as you can see here on the screen, shop floor related services, core function related services, operating related services. And all these services are for free by now, and the future should be, these are new business models. So salespeople and product managers, they should think further than only selling the machine, much further. And this is taking place in a lot of companies. And if you have this thinking, you can see that color data make money and gray data will save money. Cost reduction, even in service, in product design, in product lifecycle management, all in all. So the color data will make new money, and this can be and should be a new perspective even for service guys. And this brings me to the third part, and we take it even further from here. Before we do that, we should divide into data to user and data to aggregator. So all the data I can collect via my technology and via my data management use, I can have data for solutions, and those solutions are usable for users, for service as a tool. And I've got the same data or similar data coming from the same source that can be used for aggregators. So raw data or data packages or algorithm as a service. And those data are used for others, for aggregators as an asset, fueling their solutions. And these data might even have a price and should have a price. And this data management in terms of business models, that's quite new for machinery manufacturers. So we've got this situation, and we now say we've got three channels: the machine, sell of the machine, the operation of the machine, and maintenance and overhaul, and so the whole service around that. And thirdly, now we've got the data. And this data can even extend it to non-core function related data-driven services, as business opportunities, data to aggregator, as data to user, as I mentioned, and business model options. You be a data provider or a solution provider. So you have the machine, you have the operation, you have service, and so on and so forth. And in addition to that, you've got the whole management of those data-driven business models. And you might then have new targets and new customers with that. And it is, for a machinery manufacturer, quite new, because you should have different entrepreneurs, probably different co-investors, and at least a separate balance sheet, because otherwise the controller, internal controls cannot manage it. So the opportunity even for the sales in the future is, why don't we go into businesses which are away from our core business, but based on the data we provide or we collect with our machines or with the operation of our machines. And we build up new business models with that and enter new markets and be successful in that, in a rising market of data-driven business models. And make it your own business before others do it. Just as an example at the end, this is a very simple piece we tried out in a company. If you look at the spare part sales, you might outline the machine population in the markets. The first machine sales is done by your own company or your own dealer to a customer you know. Probably you sell another machine 3 years later to the same customer, and you've got the trade-in then, and you can track the machine. But latest, the second or third resell, you lose the tracking. You don't know where the machines are, which are 15 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old. But if you want to know where your machines are, you can have a look at the central warehouse, at external warehouses, at dealers. You can watch the gray market and will fitters, and you might see the migration of machine parts. Where are machine parts going, and what kind of machine parts are going where? And you can imagine out of this logistic of machine parts, the machine migration. You might imagine where, what old machines, what type of machines are, the localization. You know a bit about their repair effort, their renewable potential, and you can, even from the sales part, you can tell your sales guys, from the service part, you can tell your sales guys where machines are which are worthwhile to approach, or the owners to be approached by us, and to think of new machinery. So data-driven is not that sophisticated that you can't start to do it, even with the data you have got in your company. The functional optimization, coming back to what I said before, the functional optimization, if that doesn't work any longer, let's focus on the process pattern shift. And if you do so, have a look first how the world is changing behind the bar. Don't look to the processes before the bar, in front of the bar. Look what is going on behind, and have a look to different things which are not officially or directly related to your business. Take your time, witness what is going on in the market, in material, in production processes, in anything else, and you will then find where are opportunities for your own guys to rethink the processes internally. And then chaos is coming to a new order. Just to make you aware, we are not in a situation which is quite new. We had it 100 years or 120 years ago already. This picture I found, and it's so amazing. In 13 years, a dramatic shift in logistics. And where are all the horses gone? And where are all the manufacturers gone for all the material around horses and horses' life and feeding horses and so on and so forth? And where are all the people coming from to build new cars and to manufacture cars and to fuel it and so on and so forth in 13 years? So disruptions have been part of our life before. We are now in a new situation, but I will encourage you to go on and look behind the bar how the world is changing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Raab. So we, as you know, now is the questions and answers section. So my first question to you is, as there are also machine producers which do not have unique spare parts and are confronted with gray or substitute spare parts as a competition almost, what shall these machine manufacturers do in order to get the mentioned overview and forecast?
Who have no spare part business, the machine manufacturers, or what did you ask?
So like as in the machine producers in general, they might face substitute spare part competition.
Yeah.
So what should these machine manufacturers do in order to get the mentioned overview and forecasting capabilities?
I think there is not one answer to that. If they face competition from wheel fitters and others who focus on spare parts, even that is another option for them. Get in touch with your customers, get in touch with your owners, drivers, and even dealerships who are able to not attack, but to take the competition on the ground, because you don't know what's going on. If you have machines all over the world, you don't know what's going on the ground. So you need contact to those guys who are there. And there are a lot of options now to get the connectivity to dealerships and to others. And even in service parts, you have the opportunity on a platform solution, on a portal solution, you have the opportunity to get in touch with owners, drivers, and others. And I think that's the way to bypass the competition of wheel fitters and other gray market suppliers.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about horses and the changing market dynamics. What are your thoughts on who or what are the current horses from the picture and which will disappear in the upcoming years?
Well, that's a very, very broad topic. The horses, I would say, for machine manufacturers, they are all already in that process of rethinking that. The horse was developing a machine, producing a machine, and sell it off. So that's the old process, and earned a lot of money in selling the machine. Now, product lifecycle management is occurring as the most important piece. So tracking the machine, making money in machine use. And on the other side, a lot of customers don't want to buy machines. They don't want to own machines. They want to make something with the machines. The machine is a tool.
Which also then, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, different business models, not only leasing or renting, but different co-owning business models, or if you have contributors to the use of the machine, doing things together. So this is something which might change overall.
And I think it also really nicely weaves into what the previous speakers were saying, for example, with Ms. Francesca, who mentioned that one of the key aspects that everybody underestimates is the marketing side, since now we're completely changing the business models. And the other part that Mito also, Mr. Michelic mentioned, is how to change actually the entire dynamic of the company. It's not just, as you mentioned, it's not just selling a product anymore. It is an entire service.
Yeah.
And the other question that I have is, so companies need to have data specialists to be able to compete on the market these days. It's almost a given. What is the future of small companies that cannot change as fast as the global companies do because they have this lack of data?
I don't think so, that they have a lack of data. Okay. It's a matter of focus. It's a matter of competence in the company. Yes, indeed. I think for smaller companies, the problem today is the good people in the company, the drivers, women and men, they are still packed with actual problems, day-to-day problems. So to solve the day-to-day problems, keep them away from doing the strategic things. Okay. So that's our experience in our consulting, that they say we know exactly what to do, but we have no time to do it. So bigger companies might have a bit more budget and get some people in to focus on the things of the day after tomorrow. Smaller companies, they know exactly what to do, mostly. But they have to solve the problems for tomorrow. And then again and again and again. So what they can do is even look what is going on in the market, and then have some external partners to solve that, or to prepare decision papers or even concepts that can be introduced then by the internal people. This is not a sufficient answer to your question.
Of course.
But smaller companies do have data as well.
And like, perhaps as a final question, do you remember a specific experience where you wish that the industry, in this case, the AgTech, had done something differently? Like, is there a main learning point that we could take in the future so we do not repeat a mistake from the past?
I won't say learning for everybody, but the machinery, the ag machinery manufacturer were early adopters in digitization. So really? Digital solutions on the field are more complex than digital solutions on a shop floor in a production site, because you are dealing with nature and you are dealing with drivers who are not experienced. You are handling machines only for 4 weeks, combine harvester, for instance, for 4 weeks a year. So you forget all of this over the rest of the year, and then you have to sit on this machine again, and this is a very complex machine, the next year, only for 4 weeks. So the machine has to be ready to be used intuitively and very, very easily. And this forced machinery manufacturers to put in or to build in a lot of automation or a lot of intelligence into the machine. And so the AgTech sector is a front runner, but I cannot tell you about the learnings because I'm not familiar enough with other domains.
That's perfectly okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Raab, for your answers and your insights, and especially regarding cycles in PLM and data. As we all know, data, it always requires context and comprehension to make sense of it. Sure, we can optimize it by ourselves using our human intellect, but we can use it with an even more efficient method, artificial intelligence. To show us the real-world AI applications and how it may or may not be used to replace the human intellect, I would like to welcome Dr. Richard Farkas.
Welcome, everybody. And thank you, Luca, for the introduction. I listened to the previous talk by Herr Raab, and it was a brilliant introduction to, or preliminary talk to my talk. So we can go a bit deeper. And I try to share my screen in the meantime.
No problem.
So let's imagine that you want to do some data-driven business, or you are working in a manufacturer company or a dealer or whatever, and you have lots of data and you want to make knowledge or sense out of the data, and you want to make money or save money, as Herabe explained the opportunities. And I will give you a bit of a deep diving into what is the next step. So if you want to make sense out of the data, you probably need data analyst, you probably need some kind of AI to help you to make money out of your data. So I will give you a short more technical side of introduction to AI and what is the capability of today's AI. So I'm Richard Farkas. I'm working at the University of Szeged and also for the Hungarian Artificial Intelligence National Laboratory. So I'm an AI researcher for 20 years. But in the meantime, I also work for companies doing consultancy for smaller or bigger companies. So these companies are in the last 5 or 10 days, of course, want to exploit the AI revolution, want to introduce some AI-based new modules or services or solutions, and I try to help them with some consultancy on what is possible with today's technology. So my colleagues at the University of Szeged asked me to give a talk on what are the possibilities for AI in service export. So I have to tell that I do not have any experience in manufacturing industry 4.0 or related services. So I'm an AI technical guy. And what I see from the consultancy work for these companies is that there is a huge gap between what the AI scientific research in academia is working on, so new and better models, and what is the need from real-world applications of AI needs a bit different or totally different things. And in my talk, I try to basically demystify AI. So I want to give you examples what is possible and what you can expect from AI today. So you hear a lot about artificial intelligence, AI. We know that a few years ago, AI could beat the world champion in Go, which was thought to be a very complex and difficult game in the world. And there are a lot of successful industrial applications, like Spotify can recommend the music you probably like, or we can now translate from Hungarian to Slovenian in a acceptable quality. We can find faces and also recognize the people on images using AI. And self-driving cars are coming. At least it is said that they are coming soon. And all is about AI, right? So AI is brilliant. Is it successful? And it is also said that it is the fourth industrial revolution in these days, which is, of course, based on big data, as we heard a lot in the previous talk. So we need data and we need technology, AI to exploit the data and revolutionize many industrial sectors. So AI seems to be a brilliant, magical things, and it seems to be ready to use in our own processes, in our own businesses, right? So, for example, if you want to enhance your the export of your services, and you want to understand the current situation in some European countries, let's say, then you can imagine an AI solution that you just describe by a few keywords your business, and then something magical happens, and it in the background in seconds analyzes various regional markets according to your description of your own business. And then it gives you an analysis that where are the highest demand for my services, or in different countries or regions, what are the specific legal constraints you should be aware to make a decision whether to export your service to this region, or what are the employment market look like? So what are the costs and chances you can recruit the staff you need for export your service? So it gives you so AI can be the world champion. So it can also answer such questions. Yes, you might have this idea. But this is, of course, not true, at least not possible today. So what would happen if you try to do it with humans? So if you want to answer these questions, you need an analysis for these questions. Then what you can do is to give this task to one of your employees, or you want to buy some service from a market research company where humans are analyzing these markets and answer your questions, right? So this is these are the horses today, and how would it look like? So how the market research process look like from a very far point of view. So you have to first define your question. What is your problem? What is your question you want to answer, right? This can only be done by you as the problem definitor as a company. Then you have to form the approach. You are able to answer these questions. Let's say you want to analyze publicly available information from the internet, and this is your approach. Then you select the design, which is instead of asking people, interviewing people, we just collect information from the internet. This is data collection. We can download 100,000 of company web pages, for example, and or job descriptions, or salary benchmarks, or labor laws and union regulations, and so on and so on. So you can collect lots of data, and then you have to process this data. So you downloaded 100,000 of web pages. You have to go through these web pages, read them, collect the necessary information from these web pages, or link these web pages to some company register, so already existing databases about companies. You can extract new information, you can about companies, and you can insert it all into your databases, let's say. And if you have the databases already cleaned, processes, linked, transformed, then on the top, in step 6, you can make the analysis and reporting and give the answer to the questions. You can draw some maps with different colors. You can have trend lines, whatever. So you can do the actually the analysis, but you need a well-processed data to do that. So problem definition can be done only by the company, so by you. Then in how to design the research can be done with some data experts, let's say, or analyst experts, but it requires relatively low time compared to at least data collection. So what can you, in this whole process, what can you give to the computer? What can be easily automatizable? It is data collection and data processing. So to download 100,000 web pages and extract the information from the web pages instead of reading it manually, can be automatizable. So you can use AI, which understand the words and sentences in a web page, and can say that, okay, this refers to this kind of service, for example. And your employee don't need to read 100,000 pages to collect all of the data, but to how to design the questions. I really want to answer how to answer the questions, and finally make an analysis which really helps me to make a decision. So step 1, 2, 3, and 6 requires very deep expertise in market research, deep expertise in your particular industry sector to understand, and many other fields, which is really difficult and basically impossible today to learn, to teach this expertise to computer, to AI systems. So these all have to keep in humans' hands, and the time-consuming routine task like collecting the web pages and processes or pre-processing these web pages can be carried out by AI. So what is AI? AI is actually today equals to machine learning. So AI starts from the 50s, but in around 90, this whole data-driven statistical subfield of AI called machine learning take over the stage. So in the last 30 years, 99% of AI research and development is in machine learning. You might also hear about deep learning and neural networks. So deep learning is only a subfield of machine learning. We have now much more data, and we have much more computational resources than before. and we can exploit these resources via going deeper into, let's say, deeper algorithms, but that the original problems and questions and tasks are the same in deep learning than was in machine learning. So it is only machine learning. And what is machine learning? So in machine learning, we have a well-defined task. So it is very important. We don't want to have super intelligent machines. We don't want Skynet. We don't want the Matrix. We have a very well-defined task. And we want to teach the machine to perform well in this particular task. So a computer program or system is set to learn from experience if its performance at this particular task or task as measured by a performance measure improves with experience. So the revolution is that you have lots of data, for example, you want to analyze it. You don't want to read all of the web pages. You want to extract all of the services this company provides and talks about, describes in its website, right? You don't want to read it and manually extract all of this information from this company. Then you can write some software that that says that if I see these and those words in a sequence, then this is a description of a particular service, right? Instead of that, you can show some examples to the machine, give some experience that, hey, in this web page, these are textual parts referring to a service provided by the company behind this web page, and I want to extract these kind of information. And if you give a few examples to the system, then it actually learns how to extract these services automatically. So you don't have to define the extraction rules, but it will be learned by the machine itself. And this machine will only perform in this task. And we always want to measure the performance of the machine in this particular task. This is machine learning. So data is important, as we heard in the different in the previous talk. And for the machine, the experience is data. So it can learn the particular tasks from data. So data is important, but and I hear many times for companies that I have millions and billions of data, and this data from this data source, from that data source, from another data source. I have lots of data, right? Data is important. We can we want to exploit data, right? But let's say you have these colorful figures. This is your database, okay? What do you expect from the machine? What do you expect from AI to learn from this data? You have to define the task. So so if you want to recognize colors and the colors of the shapes, then you have to train the machine that, hey, this one is the first one is a yellow one, the second one is a red one, the third one again is a yellow one, right? If you want to have a decision machine which can identify the shape of these pictures, then you have to train the machine that, hey, the first one is a triangle, the second one is a circle, the third one is a square, right? So you have lots of data, but you have to define what is the task, what can be, what you expect from the machine, which can be automatically learned from the data, and then tomorrow, if I see a brand new picture, then it can automatically identify whether it's red or yellow if you trained your machine for this particular task. So this the most simple machine learning task or problem is called the supervised machine learning, and most of the industrial applications are supervised machine learning. So let's imagine that you want to understand what people are talking about your service in social media, and instead of your employee reading thousands of tweets every day and labels whether a tweet is about expresses positive or negative sentiment about your product. Instead of that, you want to train a machine to be able to automatically classify tweets to be positive or negative. And then at the end of the day, you can have a nice dashboard on what is the opinion of people about your product in the last week, let's say, right? So for this, instead of writing rules that if this word is in the tweet, then it should be positive, or other words in the tweet are there, then it should be negative. Instead of that, you give a training data set to the system, which means that you labels as the expert of the field, you labels a few thousand tweets by positive or negative or neutral sentiment, because you know as the expert of the field that what do you expect from a machine, right? And through these training examples, you define the task. What do you expect from the system? So if we have a training data set, we can train a machine learning model, a sentiment classifier in this case, and tomorrow, if we receive a new email, then it will make an automatic prediction, and it will give some class labels like negative or neutral or whatever to the sieve. So this will be the predicted label. If you want to understand, of course, you want to understand how good this system works, how accurate this system works, right? Then we usually do, we create an evaluation data set. It means that, again, similarly to training data set, you label a few thousand documents, and you ask your classifier that what is its prediction on these documents, and you can compare whether the prediction is correct, whether it's matched to the gold standard, so your human label, and you can calculate some metric, and you can say that this classifier is correct in the let's say 95% of the cases. Correct means that it matches the human labeling. And it's important that it won't be never 100% accurate. There will be always mistakes, but this shouldn't be a problem. So if you give 100 tweets to two human experts, they never be agree in all of the cases, because what is positive and what is negative is there is a subjectivity part in this decision. So even human cannot agree. We cannot expect from the machine to be 100% accurate for this. What's happening here in the machine learning part? So machine learning is basically advanced statistics. So we learn it can learn the patterns in the training data. So take another examples. I have horses again. So let's imagine you want to train a classifier which can predict whether there is a horse on the image or not. Okay. So you start collecting training examples. Here is your training data set with 2 images, and the machine learning algorithm starts learning rules like, okay, the horses has 4 legs, and they have a head, they have a tail, and they are brown, right? Because from these training examples, from this training data set, it learns these rules, right? What happens with the white horse on the image? You identify that, hey, my machine learning model is not perfect because it does not recognize white horses. Then you can train your system to recognize white horses by simply adding images about few white horses to the training data set. And if you train the machine to recognize white horses as well, then and you added training examples about white horses, then it will be probably also recognize white horses on the images besides brown horses. What I want to emphasize is that you have to define the task through training examples, what you expect from the machine. And what will these machine learned system predict for this picture? If you show only horses with where for example, the legs of the horses are also on the image, then it will probably say that in this image there isn't any horse, because it never seen any pictures during its statistics, advanced statistics. And it can learn only what it is trained for. So AI is not intelligent in these days. Here I have a few examples for that. So in the left image, you have a pig, and you have a pretty accurate image classifier which can recognize what's on the image. And this classifier, machine learned classifier, says that this is a pig with a 91 confidence. If we give a random noise to the image with a very small weight, so if we add these 2 images, we just put on the top of this noise to the original image, then you receive this image on the right. And for our human eye, it is still a pig, right? But for the for this accurate image classifier, it will be an airliner with a 99% of confidence, because these random pixels, this noise confuses the images. And so AI is not intelligent. It does not really know that there is a pig on the left and the right image. We as a human, we know that this is a pig. We know that in the previous image, this is a horse on the right image, right? Because we have lots of common sense knowledge what makes a horse to be a horse, right? But the AI systems are not intelligent. They don't have common sense knowledge. They are statistical methods, and we don't really understand what are the statistical relationships, what are the patterns they learned. So they learned something very strange in these random noise pixels, which makes this right image to be an airliner. So that's pure statistics without any real human intelligence. There might be another examples, like if you put a well-designed glasses on you, then you can fool the face recognition systems, because they are again statistical and not there isn't any real human-like intelligence there. You can put some stickers on stop signs which fool the self-driving cars, and they recognize these signs as a sign, as a speed limit sign, and so AI is not intelligent. So instead of expecting some mystical, magical AI system, you should define smaller tasks which can be defined pretty well, and they can be automatized by AI. So, for example, you can ask to crawl company website from various countries providing services. That's a task which can be defined to AI. You can recognize automatically the industry sector of the companies you downloaded the website from. You can extract the list of services these companies provide and describe in their site. So this is still not enough to say a one sentence instruction that crawl company website from these and those countries. You have to give some more specifications and basically more training data. For example, whether the URL really belongs to a company or on other or just personal website, for example, or on what to do with personal websites providing some services, or to automatically identify whether the company is still running or not. So what I want to emphasize is that you really have to well define, well specify the task you expect from AI, and you can do it by training examples. And then you might expect, if you give lots of definition and training example, you might expect solutions which can, for example, understand synonyms or and do fine-grained categorize services or taxonomies, and can extract location of the companies, other linked companies mentioned on the side, and other tasks. But all of these tasks have to be well defined, for example, by giving a labeling training data set. So this is an example where you can label what you, as a human, what you would extract from these websites. So different color means different kind of information you want to extract from a website. And then if you give lots of training examples, then the machine can learn from these training examples the patterns, the extraction rules, and it can automatically extract these kind of information from 100,000 another web pages. So the take-home message of my talk is that AI won't be replace our jobs. So there is a general fear in that AI takes our jobs. It won't be the case, and it shouldn't be a case. And you, as a if your company wants to do some data-driven automatization, you shouldn't expect a magical AI solution which can replace the humans as they are. But instead of that, you will be use AI to partially automatize your jobs. So AI is not intelligence, it's not a universal tool, but it can accelerate your daily task. It can automatize your task. So think in tasks which can be automatized, which are frequent, which are routine, which can be defined, specified in a way that a machine learning system can take it over from you.
Mr. Farkas, thank you very much. Actually, we have quite a few questions. And we would start with the beginning. So the Prosperamnit project is, of course, interdisciplinary by nature. And we also had some AI experts that were also explaining to non-AI experts the nuances of AI in general. However, we noticed that there is still a lot of time a communication issue, that the expectations are not being met, or that the expectations are not being understood by on the AI side or the programmer side. So far, we already know that the interdisciplinary approach is the key to success. But do you know of any other method or approach which can help better the communication, better to define the task or industry applications?
Not really. That's
No?
that's a real problem in everywhere. So there is a really huge communication gap between AI experts or data scientists or data analysts and data engineers. So all of the technical side of data-driven solutions, let's say, so data-driven technology, and between the real-world applications. So there is always a big problem. And so if I talk to program managers or project managers, product owners in various companies, there is always economy, and there are no solution today.
Yet. Let's put it that way. Let's be optimistic.
Yes. So we try to communicate from one end that what is possible and what is not possible this is a big problem with SMEs and companies which does where the AI or data-driven solutions is not the core business. So of course, huge companies like Google and Amazon has their own business, and they know pretty well. And there are some AI-based companies, they know pretty well. But if a company wants to do AI, and this is actually an answer to one of your last questions for Herrada, that if a company wants to do some data-driven new solution, either some internal solution or some make money and do some to provide some solutions for other companies based on its own data, then you have, of course, two options. As always, you can hire a data expert team, or or you can buy these data analyst solutions from another data expert company, right? And there are I see both approach on the market today, and there are companies who hire data teams. There are companies who basically tries to outsource these data analysts to other companies, and they are not so successful. So what I see in the last couple of years is the solution might be somewhere in the middle. So it is basically a must to collect the data, manage your data, organize your data in-house. And if you have the data, you have the problem defined, what you want to extract, what kind of information you want to extract from your raw data, then it usually might worse to go to an agency, a data agency, to help you analyze the data, build up the analysis process. But I have seen many very projects, unsuccessful projects, where they hired a company outside, which without any real domain experience of the company, and they tried to build the whole data infrastructure, and they basically did not help. So
Exactly.
that's my view, but I'm not a market researcher.
That's okay. We have really quickly time for one really quick question. In your experience, it's very practical. In your experience, because of all the, let's say, the fear and ambiguity that is surrounding AI, be it this sort of magical sort of force, is there any, is it important to inform your users or customers that there is an AI technology in the background? Is it, in your experience, does that sort of negatively impact on the user's experience? Maybe they will not use the product. What is your opinion?
Yes, exactly. I believe in that. Actually, I'm in 10 minutes. I'm giving a lecture at the university called Intelligent Human-Machine Interactions, where this is the topic, where if you provide a tool which uses data science or AI and makes some decisions, then you have to explain why the machine made this decision. You have and what is also important is the user, the human, still should have the control of the machine. So if you will be able to control the decisions of the machine. So if you instead of replying an email automatically by a robot from your machine, you have to be able to approve that, okay, you can send this email or whatever.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that we ran out of time. But just in general, I wanted to ask you if it's possible for some of the other people that also have questions that we didn't have time for, can they also ask you this via email or some other method?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Is it possible maybe for you to just put your email in the general chat for the others? And I thank you very much, Dr. Farkas, and good luck also on your lecture afterwards.
Thank you very much.
So as we saw, there's also a limitation and the capacity to AI. Also, we as managers or as decision makers, we need to know how to properly question or how to properly structure what do we actually want from the AI. But sometimes to take an even greater advantage from this technology is to mold our business models around them. So this also entails a bit of digitalization of your own business model. And to showcase how to advance your own business models, I would like to welcome Thomas Lamprecht.
Thanks, Luca.
Welcome.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Perfect. Then I would start to share my screen, and you
Yes.
just give me a short note if you can see my screen.
No problem. It started that it has started screen sharing, but I don't see anything. Double click to enter full screen mode. That's what I see. Are we still together?
Can you hear?
There's a little bit of internet connection issue. Oh, I think we might have lost one of our speakers. Hopefully he can come back really quickly. Normally I would maybe, something's happening. We can see your screen. We can see your screen. Can we hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I think we are ready for business.
Okay, just my Zoom crashed.
That's okay.
Okay, if you can hear me clearly, then yeah. So then I would just start. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to share my personal insights on business model extension in the manufacturing business. So just to give you some background, so I was working around about 21 years in the industry, in the automotive supplier industry in different countries, in China, in Korea, Japan, in Germany. And roundabout since 1 year, I'm back in Austria, and I'm supporting different companies in extending or let's say enhancing their business models. Today, I would like to share some insights on that. So basically, I brought two examples. I hope we have time to go into both. One is regarding new business, so that means using digitalization for new business. And the other one is to change your business model, your key resources from an internal perspective. So just to give you a very short orientation about my wordings or how I see this whole digitalization and digitization topic. So first of all, I think it's quite clear that this is very much technology driven. We just heard before AI. AI is one technology which allows you to rethink about your business models. But we have actually 3 dimensions: digital products, digital enterprises, and digital society. So digital products, just to give you some idea, what is the digital products? Because actually we have really 100% digital products. If you or your kids are doing gaming, then they might buy digital products, like they have a level 16 Witcher and they buy a special sword, which is actually only existing in the game. This would be a pure digital product. When we talk about manufacturing industry, normally we do not have digital products in that way, but we have hardware products which are extended with data, with services and so on. And therefore, this will be the focus. Basically, looking at the business model, in the classic business of manufacturing, we sell hardware. So that means we produce something and then we sell it. And looking at this part, so we have 2 major key activities. One is for sure you're engineering a product, and then you're producing the product. And for sure, therefore, you have production plans which have a lot of fixed assets and so on. And your major value proposition is that you are doing this in high quality at benchmark cost, and you deliver it to the customer in time. So that's, let's say, a classic business model for manufacturing. The question now, and let's go to example number 1. The question is, how can we use technology like AI and other things to enhance or change this business model? And the first example which I would like to show is that we are going into the direction to say, like, from the hardware engineering and manufacturing, we move to a software development. Let's say this is one change in the key activities. From quality, cost, and delivery, if you enhance your business models from just selling hardware and selling services on top, then you have different values which you need to create, like integrity, availability of your platform, of the data, and security. So it means that means you need not only to focus on quality, cost, and delivery, but also on these 3 new elements. And delivering and shipping a service, hardware, is quite different than shipping or delivering a software service to the customer. So what is the initial situation which we can consider? So basically, if you have a very strong competence in engineering manufacturing, if you consider to add value to your current produced products and to your hardware, and you want to differentiate your business from the competitor, if you think you're already on the way to connect your products, so if you have products which are connectable, so not just, I call it dead metal, but really intelligence with edge compute power or controllers and so on, or if you consider that you want to enhance the customer experience for your customer, then you should think about to go into the direction of a data-driven service business. So I would like to give you some orientation. What does it mean? So basically, you have the data dimension, which is one area, and you have the business dimension. If you talk about data, if you have a pure hardware business, you have a data-less business, maybe even. So that means you engineered something, you produce something, and then you ship it to the customer. Yeah? For example, I have a cup of tea here. This is a pure business, is data-less. It will never be connected, and it has no value at all. But it could be that you deliver some data with the product. So if you have some online registration for warranty and so on, then you are already in descriptive area. Then we call it diagnostic area. Then you have the predictive and prescriptive area. So if you are in a traditional business model on the left bottom side, then you can enhance your products and make them technology-wise. So you give them a technology push. If you want to change your business model totally, then you have a traditional business model and you go into the horizontal direction, like data-based services or even new business services. Just to give you some examples. So basically looking at, for example, car components might be today like a traditional business. Autonomous driving is already a service which is data-driven, but only the robotaxi, that you don't care about what's in the car and so on. You just consume the service to get from A to B. So it's a pure service business. There's also classic service business like renting a car, might be also a it's already a service business, but it's might only in single cases have less data, or data is not always the most critical ones. There's still some planning and so on. But let's go into one direction. And I mentioned in the very beginning, I was working in an automotive supplier business for a very long time, so that's my home turf. So I give you some examples in this area. So if you are, and you might know, for example, RUN, the RFID-based automotive network, which was implemented already some years ago, you're extending your hardware with some identification so that you can, let's say, restructure your logistics flow. Or like vehicle data as a service. I remember we had implemented services for customers where the customer just said, I just want to get the data as a service on top. Then you have like predictive services, for example, for off-road vehicles. Predictive services are very interesting if your customer is depending on the product. For example, if you're in the agriculture business and you're having a kind of a tractor or something like this, then if the machine is down, you have an issue. So you want to know when there is a service to be done, a replacement of a spare part, and so on. And the more we go on top, we have the technology push. The more we go on the right side, we have a service orientation. And the more connectivity you have on single products, the more you are able to make a service business out of that. If you look at the machining or equipment manufacturer, it could be, for example, quite interesting to say like, okay, we are able to sell not only a machine, but a pure service business would be coating paid per piece. So that means every time you coat a piece, you get the revenue. So that means you're not selling the hardware, you're not selling the service, but you're selling or you're not selling your support services and so on, but you are selling a service called coating per piece. If you look into the IT industry, this is quite common already since a very long time. If you know, like pay per page, it's from printers. In a lot of big companies, they have this PPP, pay per page concept, where no one is investing in a printer anymore. You just pay for the printed page. And this is also possible for the manufacturing business. Before we go into some examples, I would like to show you how a journey could look like. So basically, you have this life cycle cost-driven approach. Then you have the add-on services. Then you have the outcome-driven services, and then you have the ecosystem-driven services. Number one would be, for example, like spare parts. So that means you just want to sell also some spare parts for your equipment which you have sold on the market. It could be also some repair services and also proactive services like remote monitoring and so on and others. So here we are still on this life cycle part. Add-on services could be like condition-based monitoring. So, and if you're doing internal digitalization today in your business, you're already quite interested maybe to monitor the performance of your machine. But as selling a product, you can also offer this kind of monitoring, condition monitoring. And you could also do an upselling or consulting services. One thing is if you do a ramp up of the production, then you have this kind of ramp up services which you could sell on top of your products. Especially when it comes to connected products, you have totally new ways of providing services. Yeah, you don't have to. For example, you're doing a production ramp up in China, and you have connected parts in the vehicle of your customer. Then you're able to do this ramp up service remotely. It's not necessary to fly over, extract some data, do some analysis if the validation is okay or not okay. So that means you have totally new possibilities of setting up your business. Then you have this kind of outcome driven that you say like, okay, I'm paying here, I'm selling a service which is based on benefit or the outcome for your customer. For example, you have a machine and the machine pays like something like this paper page is also an example which totally fits here. So only the outcome is a revenue for you and your customer pays you for the outcome. And last but not least, you have this transactional business and data-driven networks. So there are already companies which where you can sell, let's say where you're selling together with other companies a full package, that means you're not the only one on your market, but you're combining this with other services from other companies. So that means you're selling a production line with an output performance, but it's not your only your products which are in this production line. So ecosystem driven means that you are not acting as one face to the customer and you have your sub-suppliers, but you're acting as kind of in a sense of partnering on the same level to fulfill a customer requirement. So this is, let's say, a journey how this could look like. And basically out of that, I would like to give you some examples. And here are 6 examples which are quite common in the industry already. And therefore, I prepared already one product just to show you a little bit how this could look like. So what could be an e-commerce system? So yeah, I hope you cannot see the brand because I don't want to do product placement. So this is the screwdriver actually for heavy duty. I'm privately also doing some so although I'm an IT guy, I like to do hands-on tasks at home. So building stuff at home. Therefore, I have a heavy duty screwdriver for me at home. So what could be an service for me? This whole e-commerce part. If I have a replacement, actually, I want to have it very simple for me to get the replacement parts for that. I want to have different screwdrivers, which I want to plug in very simply, and I want to get the access to consume more of this product in a very, very simple way. So that means if it's complicated for me to get a spare part, I'm a consumer. I want to have it as convenient as possible. And the best would be like there are big platforms which have also this kind of dash button where you only push the button at your washing machine and then you get the replacement already for your washing powder and so on. So basically, the point is ordering something on top of your product must be super simple. So and they are already in the manufacturing business. You have diagnostic systems. You see there's an issue. I push the button, I get the spare part. I don't care if it's even a little bit more expensive. Convenience and speed is one of the highest values. So what could be support services related to hardware? It's like remote assistance. So actually, this is a very simple machine. So maybe this is I do not need support. However, if I have a more complex machine, I have to do the configuration in the very beginning. It must fit into my IT and data environment. It must fit to the preprocessors. So that means this kind of ramp up services, the more flexibility of my system regarding connectivity and data, the more I can, let's say, integrate it into my environment. Over-the-air services. Unfortunately, this is not a connected product, but I have another product which is really connected, like I have cameras and so on. So that means features to get over the air is one very, very helpful service, which could even reduce your time to market. So that means because I have an electric vehicle, I get every 2 weeks a new feature. And actually, I have also a dog, and I'm very happy that I have now the dog feature in my car, because I lock in the dog. I just push the button, it cools it down, especially for when my dog was waiting in the car. When I bought the car, that was not a feature in my car. So that means it really made it very valuable for me that I get this over the air later after I bought the service. So, and especially when it comes to connectivity, using data, technology, this continuous update is for the business a very important part. Digital twin-based services. So that means if you're, especially in the manufacturing business, if you're ramping up business, for example, for production sites, you, and in many cases, you don't want to invest and buy the machines up front. You want to have virtual entities to simulate your production process. And yeah, I will not simulate my screwdriver, honestly. However, looking at the business, and you have a ramp up of a production site, and you want to have different machining equipment, coating machines, drilling machines, grinding machines, and so on, and you want to simulate on digital twins the production flow. So that means these are digital twin-based services. And then we heard before the analytics part. So analytics services are very important for the performance. So that means in the very beginning, in the manufacturing, you have maybe you're starting with level X of OEE, and then you want to increase more and more the performance. So it means, therefore, analytics services, if you deliver analytics services to your customer, then it's very valuable for them. So, and this makes your product more attractive. And last but not least, for sure, is this whole life cycle, to extend the life cycle and so on. So that's very interesting. Unfortunately, also, yeah, my screwdriver, although heavy duty, has no information when the engine of this is let's say have some issues. But this would be also very important for me to know, okay, there will something happen, or your battery has some issues. Please ensure that you get the spare parts in time, or this is the way how to extend the usage. So that means these are services where you can use, where you can add on top of your today's business value. And what does it mean? If you go into this direction, this has a lot of impact on your business model, because you have IT developers which are doing the AI services. You build an e-commerce platform. So it means IT is not only a cost issue anymore. Yeah, you know, sometimes the question, I was very long CIO. It was always the topic, IT is too expensive. But in this case, IT is value for your customer. Therefore, there's a different situation of what is the position of IT cost in your company. But also, and I guess you have read this already, there's also, if you have digital services to your customer, the expectation for the customer is quite different than just if you sell a hardware product. Yeah, if I get a hardware product, actually, I even don't know where I bought this one. I just forgot that one. So that means, therefore, it's quite, how to say, quite different if you change your business model. So maybe a short question. Can you still see me? I just it looks like that somehow.
Yes, there is no problem. No problems at all.
Perfect. Good. I think we have around about 10 minutes left. Then I would also show my second example, because it also fits to the previous introduction we have seen. So, because you can not only change your business model from towards your customer to add services onto your product, but you can also think about to change your business model internally. And if you are a manufacturing business, then your fixed assets, your machining equipment, your location equipment is very, very valuable. And it's also part of your important costs you have. So the question is, how can we think about these assets? Because fixed assets means there is it's a capex. So that means you have bounded your capital for quite some time, and you have to finance it over depreciation. So that means the question is how you can here use digitalization and data and AI. So actually, I like very much the how to say the graphic which is used by IBM. So it's official. It's also, you can check the source on the bottom right. So actually, they're considering automation in 3 areas, like the robotic process automation. I think that's quite clear. People are building their own robots for standard tasks, but it gets more interesting in this complex process automation and in the intelligent process automation. Now the question is, many people think about, yeah, we're downloading some data on Excel, and then we are doing some robotic stuff, and then we upload it again. But let's see how this could look like in a digitized value stream. Here, a simple production process. You have some raw material, you cut it, you drill it, you grind it, and then you test it. You say like, okay, is it in spec or not? Digitizing means you're now creating digital representatives of your process. And this is, let's say, based on Six Sigma logic. So it means you're going through the process and try to identify which data is related to your machining equipment. It's machine related data, but which of these data is product related. So that means during this process, you get, you first of all, you model, then you connect, then you extract, and then you build digital burst documents of your product. And with this digital burst document of your product, so that means in the end, you know exactly what happened during production with this product. And there are classic stuffs like, yes, I want to use the data to increase the OEE. I want to reduce the quality cost. I want to increase uptime. So these are the classic ways, which I guess you're quite familiar with. It's still tricky, like using technology and data for such kind of things is quite challenging. I've done this also several times, and actually I failed several times, but we also had some really awesome use cases where we had a lot of benefit. And this is also one thing very important, to fail with this kind of thing with projects. I think that's quite okay, because you really need to learn how this fits into your business, how your processes work, and so on. But now we mentioned in the very beginning, we want to get rid of fixed assets. So the question is, how can we virtualize fixed assets? And therefore, I would like to get your attention on testing. So production is quite clear. I think it has to be cut, it has to be drilled, it has to be grinded. But testing is maybe not the most added value service, because testing only proves that you have done things before correctly. Testing machines is sometimes even a bottleneck. So just imagine in your business, you get a customer complaint because of some quality issues, and then your customer tells you, please test also this and that point. Then immediately your process will extend the testing time, and then you get maybe a bottleneck and so on. So basically the question is, how can we virtualize this and to reduce investment from a fixed asset perspective? How could this look like? So that means basically the idea is, and let's say one testing equipment might have not only one testing point, but maybe several testing points. The question is, how could you get rid of testing equipment, for example? And therefore you need to identify some opportunities. This is an end-of-line testing. I know this is quite challenging to get rid of an end-of-line testing, especially when it's close before the customer. But you might have also a lot of internal processes in your manufacturing process. Therefore, it's very important to identify, first of all, your opportunities. Then, what are the ingredients to get rid of that? So first of all, it's not only a production topic, maybe it's also in many cases also an engineering topic. Because maybe you are, I'm not maybe, but I'm totally sure, if you're designing products, you have a very clear understanding about what is the root cause effects of your product. Nevertheless, the reality is sometimes quite different. Your machining equipment is not as perfect as you consider. There are mistakes along the process. There are long chains of machining processes and so on. So therefore, this is one ingredient, but there's also a second one, like data from the value stream, the data you have modeled before. And based on that, we try to figure out, we analyze and model to do virtual testing so that we do not need all the testing equipment anymore in the future. Especially when it comes, if you're ramping up a new business, you want to reduce your investment as much as possible. Now this sounds super awesome, and yeah, there are some pictures and yeah, and AI, and then we just move AI on top and that's it. However, this is not that easy because you also have to ensure quality assurance and process integration. You have very strong norms and customer requirements regarding the testing equipment. So only because it's done by AI or any other algorithms does not mean that you need to not to fulfill all the norms and legal requirements and so on. And it's also, it always sounds super awesome when I remember in the past, people told me, yeah, and then we retrain it every time. So how can you ensure if you're producing 1,000 pieces per hour, with which algorithm this piece was proved or checked? So it sounds super easy. It's not that easy. So therefore, you really need to pay attention to that one. What does it mean finally? If you really have identified how you can replace your processes, it changes your business model. Because the key resources is not your test bench anymore. It's not it's a virtual entity or a virtual algorithm. And by the way, if this algorithm is down and does not work anymore, you have an issue. You have a downtime of your production. So this means you need to be very careful considering to virtualize key resources, to virtualize key activities. However, this has a great potential. And actually, I have implemented some of these cases. And although in many cases it was a lot of pain and we did not be successful, but in many cases also we were successful. And if you have 1 or 2 or 3 use cases which are successful out of a lot, then you can create a lot of value for your internal value proposition and for your internal parts of the business model. Yes. That's it from my side. So thank you very much. And I hope I could give you some ideas on business models or future business models using digitalization and data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please don't run away yet. We have a few questions. So the first question is, you mentioned a lot of times, do not be afraid to fail, etc., etc. But we all know the human negativity, aversion, bias. So my first question would be, is there a pitfall that you have noticed during your failed experiments that you would like to especially point out to anyone who is attempting to digitalize their business model?
One thing, I in the very beginning when I started digitalization, it was 2015, I made one big mistake.
Okay.
The biggest mistake was I was the IT guy.
Okay.
And the people that, hey, we have done an awesome use case. Now take it over as IT and make it big. So I was like in the classic way, like, okay, they give me the requirements and I tried it, I failed. So actually digitalization is changing the way of collaboration. So that means you need to involve the different persons. You need to involve the guy who was at the machine and had the idea. You need to involve the shift leader. How does it work in your process if you really implement and scale this up? What does it mean for your planning? What does it mean for your quality? What does it mean for your cost structure? You need to have the commitment of your plant management, of your CTO, your CMO, COO, however they are called. So you need to drive this jointly. I remember once my boss told me in the past, he said, Mr. Lamprecht, do not digitalize on your own. Try to transform the company that we are driving digitalization and make the benefit out of it jointly and to shape the future and shape the change which is coming through digitalization and data. So
to sum up, it is basically to avoid saying that digitalization is the IT department's problem.
Yes, it's not. And sometimes, honestly, I remember in the very beginning when I started, I was really IT. I was far, although I thought, because I've made SAP projects, manufacturing projects, I thought I know the business. but to review digitalization and to work with the people together, even with partners. Because yeah, I tried in the beginning. Yeah, I can do on my own. I have 15 years experience. I can do. I don't need anyone else. but like, copy as much as possible. Do it jointly.
And like, of course, this joint project has to be headed by someone. Who would you recommend? Should it be the IT? Should it be the CEO, the manager? Who should be the overarching person?
So first of all, you need a very clear commitment of your board. So it's yeah, if you have a CEO, even a CEO needs to have commitment of a CTO and COO. So I think these are the most, if we're talking about engineering manufacturing, these are both most important persons. Mm-hmm. However, you have two opportunities from my perspective. If you have a person who can really, who has a strong leadership or a strong push and knows the business for a very long time, has a strong network into the organization, then I call it the pacemaker organization. Then you have one person driving this. Mm-hmm. If you do not have this one, then you need to go into, I call it the transformer organization, that you have a common group of people who are able to drive this. And you have to transform, it's always the question, how much is central and how much is decentral? Mm-hmm. But like, yeah, I'm hiring an IT department and some young startup guys will not solve the problem. And just to say like, yeah, I'm using my IT guy because he's good. He should do it on her own. Is also not working. but this would be another story. So
yeah,
you
that's
can
not
invite me next time, and then I share you the story about organizational development.
Perfect. Now, can you maybe tell me who or maybe which industry or like in general who is making the greatest advancement in business model digitalizations? What are they doing?
I think it's in the mechanical engineering industry, we see really a lot because let's say if you have a product which costs let's say 500,000 euro and has connectivity in the controller and logic on the machining equipment itself, then you already have a great solution space. So you can consider, let's say, here a lot of opportunities. So and what I need to say from my experience, the automotive industry and so these kind of and the aerospace industry, they're really super advanced. And for the machining industry, it's much easier. It gets more complicated if you have really like this one, the dead products. Then it's getting a little bit tricky. However, there are opportunities. So I consider like automotive, aerospace, engine. So these are who has already logic in their products is much more advanced. Mm-hmm. But I think there are a lot of, you need to really have a look at where you can create the most value for your business. Mm-hmm. Therefore, you should always look at the business model in total and not like, yeah, now we sell services. A lot of people are doing like, we do only internally. Yeah, we improve. But you did, I guess most companies improve things already since 100 years, or you go to only revenue stream. Yeah, let's make new revenue streams. I think you should always have a total an overall look on your business model and say like, wow, okay, if I change my key partner strategy and my customer channels, I can create much more value. Then I think you are more successful than just doing like one or two spots.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lamprecht, for your very animated and very comprehensive presentation. So now we also understand that we have the methodology, we have the ideas, we have the data, we know how to manage that data using the AI to support us, and we finally know also how to mold our very business models to take advantage of it all. However, we also have to say that there is another component. We all live in an interconnected world composed of many, many different markets. Therefore, last but certainly not least, Professor and Dr. Margaret Uberwemmer and Professor Christian Stadelmann shall present some Prosper Amnet tools we can use for improving our service exporting into new markets. Please. You are muted. There we go.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, warm welcome to all of you. Yeah, besides me, Christian Stadelmann is sitting. Both of us are giving you a sound of introduction, what we did in this project and this great collaboration, and what kind of questions were there at the beginning, and what kind of answers did we find, and which tools we are going to provide. And before we start, I would first of all really love to say a huge thank you to all project partners. We were a very diverse team, from technological AI gurus among us towards management, researchers and VSOs and commercial chambers. And this diversity grew more or less to this success story. And we're now going to share our slides, my dear colleague. And I would like to mention immediately some output of our, so we have some technical issues. How can we go further?
Everything is okay. We can see the presentation.
Sorry. No, it seems to work, yeah. Just a quick story at the beginning. 3 years ago, we met in Steyr for a kickoff meeting. This was time where we didn't know what will come up within the next 3 years due to the pandemic of COVID. We most time had just virtual meetings. Recently, we also had some physical meetings. In the last 2 weeks, the new war came up in Europe, and we are lucky, really lucky, to have this fruitful meeting among us. Also, we know the world is going on and drama is going on. This project was based on various different previous projects funded by Interreg. And I would just like to mention one out of that. In a bilateral project funded by Interreg Austria, Germany, we already collaborated with one partner among us, with University of Passau, to develop a so-called service monitor, helping companies to get an inside view. How good are they? How excellent are they already? And which factors drive our excellence when it comes to industrial services? Yeah, we still remember the nice meeting in Udine at our Italian partner. We developed together a service radar and a platform, and we had lots of round tables, and we heard from our BSOs. This was a very, very fruitful collaboration platform with companies where we presented the monitor, the radar, and where companies also had a chance to share their experiences. We have more than 500 users now involved in our project when it comes to pilot actions to monitor and radar. Yeah, and for us researchers, it was also a very good feedback that we won the best paper award of a renowned conference, IC MarkTech. Yeah, and recently we had a meeting at Szeged as well. But what did we do? So there are influencing factors which drive the success of selling and exporting services. We come from a typical applied university, and we are focusing on selling and exporting products and services. And in the mean of servitization, services become a very, very important toolkit for companies to sell and to be successful in markets. And factors which are necessary are for sure the internal capabilities. Today we have already heard about that, but also characteristics of customers, of involved potential channel partners and customers, but also the market conditions are important. And we asked ourselves, okay, when it comes to internal capabilities, what are the right capabilities we have to adopt, which we have to develop, and how important are the capabilities in order to create success? Yeah, and we also asked ourselves at the beginning, how can we perform and where do we stand as a company when it comes to industrial service excellence? When we are asking ourselves about market conditions, and if you have to export your services and sell your services internationally, you might ask yourself also, is the market already ready for my services? What's going on in markets? What about global and local players in various markets, and who could help us in exporting our services. And then it comes also to customer characteristics. What are potential channel partners and companies? Are they already ready for the service business or not? And we try to find answers on all of it. So first of all, for sure, we try to investigate countries and markets of our partners, of our home bases, so to say, and we enriched also our project and tools with interesting export markets like Great Britain and the US. Yeah, please have a look at our website, Prosperium.net European Union, and there you find all the toolkits which are there for free for all companies and interested. Let's come to the first huge success factor in selling and exporting service, the internal capabilities of companies. Please make use of the Service Performance Monitor. This is a monitor which we have already derived in our very first previous project, ISEM, but in this project, we developed it further when it comes to languages, and we have gathered lots of data as well. And the key questions, which are the underlying ones from the company side, first of all, that a company could have a look at how excellent are we when it comes to selling services. So it's a kind of mirror you can look at in your daily business. And I will show you a typical checklist afterwards and also the various drivers in it. So first of all, company makes this checklist and sees how good are we. Well, this is nice, yeah, but what about benchmarking? What do the best companies do? Yes, the tool also provides you with a benchmark, and it suggests also what are the possible next steps, what are possible actions in order to improve the business. Yeah, and more or less, this is the heart of the monitor. So we identified based on research, based on various in-depth interviews, and based on a huge quantitative previous study, that there are 12 areas for adaptations and developing capabilities when it comes to industrial services. And you see keywords like pricing of services, a huge topic for lots of companies. Yeah. But you also see, for instance, partnership with customers, how important it is in order to generate long-term relationship with service customers. And for sure, we should know a little bit about customers. We've already heard about AI and so forth. We'll hear more about that. It's all about how can we exchange the knowledge between our customers and our company, because this is necessary when it comes to many services. And we question also ourselves whether we have defined contact persons for our customers whenever they have questions with the services or whenever they face any challenges. What we also identified is that risk assessment and dealing with KPIs in the company are important for successful exporting of services, being aware about that there is a risk behind it, because quite often it also deals with people. Do we offer and do we really take care of an active risk management toolkit in our company? Do we measure the service profitability, however we measure it? And it is important also to define service KPIs. And there are different perspectives and aspects how to define service KPIs. So this is already a question about why do we offer services? I will come to that a little bit later. And let me highlight one additional facet of success story about a company's successful service offering. It's about the service orientation of management and strategy. So is there well-defined strategy when it comes to industrial services? Is service a part of our corporate strategy? Are the managers themselves service-oriented in their behavior? And do managers support a service-oriented behavior. So this also has to deal the tricky question, who gets some money when service are sold, for instance. Yeah, and you see those 12 areas, and in the monitor, you're going to monitor all these 12 facets of success factors of your company. You see a screenshot of the typical questionnaire you're going through when you apply the monitor for your company. For sure, you can redo also this monitoring again and again from time to time in order to see also how you improved. And we provide you also with an action list, what you could do in order to become better in selling industrial services and your service excellence. And as I said before, it really depends what you focus, why you offer services. Are we talking about the so-called industrial service excellence? And we mean with industrial service excellence that we offer services at a very high quality level, that we are efficient, that we are selling services and offering service and performing services better than the competition, whether we are agile and flexible and involve all parts of our company. Or it could happen that we simply have a look at the financial performance when it comes to services. It might also happen that we offer as a company services just in order to increase the loyalty to our customers or keep contact with our customers. So we call this non-financial performance. Or another motivation in order to offer services could also be to enable the product business. So each company might have a different focus, why to sell services, and in that way also the impact of the capabilities of our company might differ. Well, please have a look, go through the monitor, find your benchmark, get also an action list what to do, and I hope that you then can also further and increase your success story when it comes to industrial services. I would like to hand over to Christian. What's also there?
Thank you, Margarete. So I'm pleased now to present you a little bit the other tools we have developed in this project. What you see here is a screenshot of the web page. On this web page, you can find all the tools included. On the very left side, you see the service performance. This is the monitor Margarete has explained to you. And all tools.
Mr. Stadelmann, it's a little bit difficult to hear you at moments. You're cutting out a little bit.
Okay, I try to talk a little bit louder. Is it better now?
Yes. I will let you know if it happens again.
Okay, super. So what I wanted to say is that you see on the website, you see all the main tools we have developed during this project. And on the very left side, you see the service performance monitor. And by the way, all the tools are for free. So anyone can use them for consultancy, can use them for their own business. I'd like to show you the other tools we have developed. And I'm going to the next question that is decisive for being successful in the servitization. And this is the question, is the market ready for my services? What about local players? Or what about possible channel partners? And here, our tool we developed is the so-called Service Export Radar. The Service Export Radar is a tool that tries to answer the following question. So when a company enters in the market, they usually or wants to enter new markets or export services, there is the principal question, do local or international competitors already promote services? And which services are specifically promoted? This can help, the answers about that can help you to understand, okay, there are already competitors in, which means the market is prepared for my services. On the other hand, it may also mean there are no competitors in, or these services are not promoted in the market, in the markets you have seen before and presented by Margarete. Then if you are in a first mover, then it means the market may be ready. So it depends on the strategic proposition, the strategic idea of the company. But it's important to answer these questions in order to understand the target. As well, we know that our target group, and we'll come to the target group immediately, it was discussed already by Mr. Lamprecht before. So the advanced manufacturers, many of them are cooperating with channel partners. So we know from studies about 75% of these companies are using channel partners and distributors. So do these distribution and service companies also promote services? Yeah? And which services do they particularly promote? Answers can give you, to these questions can give you an insight whether the partners are the right ones. Yeah, and of course, the tool offers also the possibility to compare your own services with the services offered by the competitors in these markets. And finally, it gives you as well an idea, are you promoting your own services as a company? So will a smart client see that you offer specific services? We'll come to that a little bit later. So we developed this tool together in our group, and it's based on artificial intelligence by the help of expertise of our colleagues from Szeged. And its focus is particularly on the advanced manufacturing companies. Mr. Lamprecht mentioned before which industries are the most advanced one. He mentioned the automotive and the airplane industry, but as well the mechanical engineers and the manufacturers of electrical equipment, machinery equipment. Also, this example came from Mr. Henning Rabe. So this is the industry we are focusing on, and all the data that is provided is also particularly developed. We have heard a lot about different services during the morning sessions. Francesca was discussing about different services. Mr. Mihalitz presented the services that are finally designed, like an installment or a service like a repair. Mr. Rabe presented services and so on. But one of the first questions is what services are we talking about? We were investigating on that and made a categorization based on, of course, on literature, but based also on the opinion of the companies. What are the most important services they want to offer in the field of advanced manufacturing? And you see here 6 different service types, and the tool is able to identify the individual services for these 6 categories. So it goes into very, very detail and understands whether the services are offered or not. And here you see one of the results of these tools. One of the results of this analysis, you see here the service areas. This is an example of we typed in the company Puls Vario. You see the performance of this company. What can be and the various service categories, so pre-sales services, product services, and support services, and so on. And the tool identifies whether this company is promoting these services. You have here a threshold. This is the red line, and the red line tells you everything that is on the right side of the red line means that the tool would identify. So it's kind of imitating human behavior and tells you, okay, I can find this service on the website, which means it's offered by the company. So of course, it just gives you the reflection of whether the services are offered on websites or not. But we know that companies from a size of more than 50 employees usually are very professional and use the web pages for selling or promoting and demonstrating their services. So one of the results of this analysis is that many companies told us, okay, we have the services, but we don't promote them. So we need to change that. We need to adapt our web pages. We need to adapt our way of communication because the tool cannot identify. And the tool is much better, much smarter. What we have heard from Mr. Farkas, that the tool is much smarter than human beings. And you see here also an average of other companies. So the tool, you can type in whatever company is in your mind. What are your competitors? What are local competitors? and it will automatically show you whether they are offering the services or not. I don't want to go into the details. I just want to highlight that we investigated a lot. So we had more than 1,800 websites investigated by human behavior, so by different annotators in different languages. We had a lot of quality loops. And finally, the tool goes very deep inside. So it analyzes 200 SAP web pages, which can be, yeah, whether you can find these specific services or not. Yeah? And at the end, it tells you with a probability value, this was this threshold. Okay, the web page, on the web page, certain services are promoted or not. I want to highlight that you will get more insights on the tool, how it can be used, and in the panel A. So in the panel A in the afternoon, there will be some demonstrations on that as well, and there are the experts also for questions on the AI. What you see here is we did also an investigation. We tested the tool not only with a few companies, but you see here more than 7,000 companies. And we compared as well the behavior of human beings. So we had these 8 annotators, and they were looking through approximately 500 web pages, and they identified on average 2.12 services on these web pages. The tool that we developed had 2 steps, a smart and a smarter, let's say that way. So the first version of the tool was able to identify 4 services on these same web pages. So it's much more competent. Of course, it goes more into detail. And if we take the final version, it's even higher. So what can we learn from that? We see that human beings would not find it. Yeah? That is an indication for those who promote their services on a web page. But others can find it. And we are pretty convinced that it's not only about exporting services and findings. In the future, there will be clever and smart AI purchasers, and they will use similar tools as well to find their suppliers. So the tool is a kind of mirror and shows the companies whether they do a good promotion of their services in the target markets, and it can be used for analyzing other web pages. Okay, yeah, this is an overview about the servitization level on a worldwide basis, and we see that in the UK, US, and Australia, most companies, or they have the highest level of servitization compared to the rest. Austria, China, or Germany, for instance, are around 30%, and other countries are lower. Czech Republic, for instance, is also on a very high. With our tool, we can not only investigate into the levels of competitors and possible channel partners and see whether they have a certain servitization level or not. We can do that also for sub-regions. Yeah. So, and that's what we did as well. You see here, we did an analysis with these companies, Austria, Germany, here 2 regions, Hungary, Italy, Slovakia, and Slovenia, for instance. Here you see the results of other studies, how servitized are they? So from very high to low and mediocre. For Slovenia, unfortunately, the Mastro Giacomi and the other authors did not put any data in. But we used the databases, we investigated the companies, and the result is the following. Yeah? It shows that not only we see that the first company, the first 3 regions are very servitized, we see the difference to other regions, and we can go much more into detail. So it's not the general figure, but we see how many services are offered in the various regions. So what does that mean? The tool can also be used by policymakers to understand how are their regions on their path to servitization. Yeah, how good are they? So the tool is not only for companies but also for policymakers. And yeah, you can then go into very detail and have a look on the specific services. I don't want to emphasize that anymore. On the panel A, if there is any question, we can further discuss. Yeah, next tool I would like to show you and goes to the question of who can help me further, and is there any potential channel partner? What are the characteristics of potential channel partners? And here we developed two tools. The one is the so-called Expert Hub, and the other one is a networking tableau. What are these tools? The Expert Hub particularly helps you when you have the question, okay, I want to export my services to my target country, I don't know, France or UK, yeah? Then I want to know, are there any experts in these markets that can help me, yeah? And the first tool, so this Expert Hub Linking Center, is a tool that gives you immediate some addresses and consultancy and other organizations, institutions that can help you on two levels. The so-called, we called it on the strategic level, on the operational level. So the daily business, they are very, very well. There are a lot of super experts on that. So expert facilitating institutions like the Chamber of Commerce, where we are today here in the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce or others. And then there are business support organizations which have a lot of expertise in the field of servitization and exporting services. So the tool, if you type in, you can select the countries, and then you will get these connections, these links. The other tool we developed is the so-called networking tableau. Here the idea was, can it be helpful to understand with whom are my local competitors in the target market, for instance, connected? Or if I want to have, for instance, I'm cooperating with a channel partner, a distribution partner, it's very important to know what quality level is this channel partner offering, what other product is this channel partner, this potential channel partner offering, yeah? With this tool, you type in the web page and you get automatically, you see here, this is an example of a company called Rebel Master. You get automatically the most important connections of this company to other companies or to other institutions. And that help you as a manufacturer to understand, okay, if this is a channel partner and I see this channel partner is linked to another high quality producer manufacturer, I can assume that the quality level is good. Or this channel partner is also linked to a competitor of mine, so it's not in the scope. Yeah? So the tool gives you first market findings, what you have to do, what you need to do anyway in a market research. Yeah, and the last point, the last tool we developed is the so-called database. I will come to that in a second. It gives you also a hint to what might be potential customers. So this database research, what is it? What is the idea of that? So whenever you want to enter a new market, you need to know who may be a customer there. So classical market research. And the idea of this tool is you type in certain companies where you know these are already some customers or might be potential customers, and it searches automatically in the databases that are in the background for similar companies. Yeah, so this may be similar customers or similar distribution partners or service partners. It's very important to highlight that the tool is based on these target markets we were working in, and on the databases we had for these markets. So the results is first starting point, a starting point for doing that market research. It does not substitute the market research, which is a task of the companies, but it helps you to get already first results, yeah, in the various countries you want to have a look. Yeah, you see, you can add also some keywords that makes the research more precise. But I want to admit it's a tool that is not the final solution. Yeah? It's a supporting tool. Yeah? Okay. As I mentioned, all these tools are on the web page. in that panel A, we will go through that a little bit. You see that and how you can access that, what is behind that, and they are for free. Yeah, they are for free. They're a result of the That's it. What we wanted to say, and we want.
Yeah, and the tools will be there also for the next years. Also, the project stops by the end of this month, so it is available for you. Use it, make use of that, and you're always invited to write the feedback to us as well. But finally, we really want to say a huge thank you, because it was not a work of just the two of us. We really want to say thank you to all partners, and you see on this slide the huge collaboration between 10 organizations, 3 universities. So I would like especially highlight University of Szeged, for instance. There we find our AI gurus. We really developed friendship, and we learned the words and wording throughout the whole project together. And I would also like to say a huge thank you to a long-lasting partner of the University of Passau. Furthermore,
yeah, and of course, the host of this conference, here the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Upper Austria, Friuli Innovazione, they are partners in Bratislava, the faculty and business support organization there, the JEK in the Czech Republic, our technological and Gründerzentrum in Bautzen, and yeah, and InnoScar. Sorry, not to forget our friends in Hungary who brought in also from their ICT cluster their expertise.
Yeah, and a huge thank you to my team, Christian Stadelmann as front runner of the whole project, and for sure to Doris and David. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also for giving thanks and appreciation to everybody that was involved in the project. Also, congratulations on getting your Best Paper Award, of course. And afterwards, of course, I still have to ask you a few questions. The first one is actually, you mentioned that the project is going on for 1 more month. Does that mean that the database is also only available for 1 more month, or?
No, that everything will be available at least the next 5 years. So that's a requisite for all the fundings. Yeah, and the tools develop further. AI. Yeah.
Okay.
So make
I
use of
understand.
that.
Perfect. Now I have a very practical questions. What could our viewers already do today, right now, to improve their service exports?
Have a look at our website and try out the tools. So that's the main message. And furthermore,
I would say also, as we showed you the tools, we would start, very important is to have a look on the internal side. That was the monitor. Start with that first, yeah, and then you have this checklist. You understand where you are on the level, what you can internally easily do, and then of course to look at, it depends on the target markets, yeah, and the target markets you defined, then you can use the tools to have more knowledge about the target markets and to develop them further. There's a lot about this transitioning process that was also mentioned by the previous presenters. And it started with Francesca, who said it's good to have a coach, someone who accompanies you in that way. Yeah. Mm. These tools are a way, and we know that from, for instance, our friends in Italy, they use it as well as introduction to help the companies on their path to service excellence and servitization.
So more or less the tools can be used by various target groups, so by companies themselves. We really recommend starting with the strategic planning beforehand, yeah, knowing why we do it and why and where are we really good. And then for different people in the company, we provide different toolkits, and for sure, I'm sure we will get further money for the one or the other project to develop further toolkits as well on that note. But also think about target groups like policymakers, BSOs, and so on. They can also make use of that. Yeah.
Perfect. So like in the future, of course, at the moment, I believe there is 10 countries that were analyzed. In the database, are you looking to possibly expand to even more countries inside Europe, outside Europe?
Yeah, there's one point. So that the tool is very clever, because it depends on the tool. But for taking, for instance, the radar, yeah, you can use the tool also in other countries. Yeah, so if you in let's say a web page of a competitor that you have in Australia, the tool will analyze the web page of this Australian competitor as well. So it's not only limited to these 10 countries. We know, but here we have more expertise in the panel A. How far can AI go with other languages, with other countries? But we checked it out. So with English, it's no problem, yeah? Or with the languages we have investigated it. Also French, for instance, that's no problem. But in other languages, it may work out and give you good results as well. Yeah? So it's not only limited to these 10 countries. However, certain tools like the database or they are limited to the 10 countries currently.
Currently. Here's hope. Hopefully you can cover every country soon. Thank you very much, both Professor and Dr. Margaret Ubavema and Professor Christian Stadelmann, for your answers and insights. And with this, dear viewers, the first part of our conference is now concluded. We will have a longer break until 2:15, after which you will be sorted, or during this time, you will be sorted into panel A and panel B. As mentioned before, also by our last speakers, panel A should be for advanced manufacturers and business support organizations. It will be more practically oriented, more technical. Therefore, so anybody that might also wish to participate here, they're very welcome. And panel B, yes, and panel A will also be headed by Dr. Gabor Berend. Meanwhile, panel B is going to be specifically for policymakers and other stakeholders. I will provide to you in the main chat for everybody to go to that specific Zoom meeting. It's going to be a different link. And for panel A, please remain in this call, in this Zoom meeting. So to sum up, again, you will divide yourself into panel A or panel B based on your preferences. And in case that you would like to stay in panel A, please remain in this call. And if you would like to go for panel B, which is going to be for policymakers and stakeholders, headed by Mr. Wolfgang Steiner, please use the link that I will provide right now in the group chat. Otherwise, my name is Luka Šinkovec, and in the name of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, I would like to thank all of our partners and, of course, the wonderful speakers for their insights and their answers. And of course, to you, the audience, we thank you for your time and we wish you a productive rest of the day. Thank you.